let's get this started here. Gotta sign into my account like usual after I open the software up. There we go. There we go. Okay. We should be ready to roll here. Take a drink. Okay, so we're going to be doing July 17th to July 18th. Sounds right. No, we're actually doing 3 days. Hey, Elizabeth! So we're doing 3 days. We're going to do Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And I'm thinking I'm taking the week off next week, and so do you guys have any questions? This would probably be the time to do them because I do think I'm going to be taking next week off. And maybe I can focus on doing a Patreon video, or maybe I can focus on doing something that way while I'm gone for a week. So we'll see. But, yeah, so I'll be back next Monday. Not this next one coming up, but the one after. So it'll be like 10 days that I'll be gone, but I will be back eventually. How's it going for you, Elizabeth? Hopefully you either have fun or relaxing plans for the weekend. For me, it's going to be more relaxing. Definitely more relaxing. Thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. I'm hoping it goes well, too. Definitely hoping it goes well. Oh, nice. What are you doing up in Sedona? That sounds like a fun trip. That's awesome, Elizabeth. I think that'll be just what you need. We all need to recharge our bones sometimes. I can agree with that. Okay, let's shuffle these other decks here. All right. What are you doing? Little girl. Hello. Hey. Yeah. If she comes up close, I'll show you Hazel. I don't think you guys have seen Hazel. But she's staying now. You'll get a tail end of her. I like that, Elizabeth. Wind is a powerful bringer of energy. The wind is all about changing and kind of being uninhibited. So I do believe if you're following the element of wind, you're going to find some good situations. Some good situations. What would be the word? What would be the word? I guess situations involving change mostly. Change, a difference of direction, looking at things differently. Let's shuffle these ones here. do a couple more. Okay, so we'll do 1 pile, 2 pile. We'll see, Elizabeth. I'm hoping it does too. It was storming bad here a little while ago. We need the rain, we need the storms, like more than anything right now, so I will take it. Oh. Okay. So, Elizabeth, you choose. We can do pile 1 or pile 2. Oh. Sorry about the throat clearing, guys. Okay, so we'll just start with pile 2. Okay, you did say 2. So let's do that. Let's do 2. And let's see what comes up here. So pile 1 or pile 2. Pile 2. So this would be for Saturday. So pile 2 for Saturday. We get 7 of Wands in reverse. Then we get the 4 of Swords. And then we get action in reverse. So here's what I see with this, especially when there's the 4 of Swords next to it right here. So the 4 of Swords, you'll look at that card. That's a card of resting. That's the 4 of Swords. So it's a good card to have, and that's the only card that's upright in this. So then we see the action card in reverse, which to me this could be, we could look at it as inaction, or we can look at it as patience. When I see the rest card with action in reverse, it makes me think of being patient, right? Being someone who's very patient and has to be that kind of way. And then I see 7 of Wands in reverse here. And so, and I'll show you this card up front. See, there's a guy holding his hand up, and there's all those wands coming after him. But when I see this, it's about being patient and waiting for the right time for change, which sounds interesting. So I feel like we should take time out for ourselves. We should always take time out for ourselves whenever we can. Like Elizabeth, you were saying, to recharge your bones. When I see this right here, though, it's to say that sometimes through these processes, sometimes through these changes that we're going through, it's important to realize that resting is just as important as being active. Resting is a very good way to just show yourself self-love, to just say, you know what? No, not today. I'm not going to do that. It'll be another day. It's a good way to show love for yourself and to show compassion. And so if that's something we can do, if we can relax, if we can, yeah, it's a good card. It is a really good card. This is the Fountain Tarot that I was telling you about. They did a really good job. A lot of the cards are just perfect. They're really good cards. So that's what I see here. So the first thing to do is, if our body is feeling like we need to rest, let's rest. Let's focus on recuperating If our body is saying, let's be active, be active or do what you want to do. But listen to your body. Listen to the way your body wants to be expressed, right? Listen to the way your body wants to move. Listen to all of that. And I feel like we can re-find ourselves out in the world. And we can do this as many times as we need to. Whenever we're feeling lost, whenever we're feeling like things just don't feel right, we can always rest, recuperate, try to get to our center, and realize that no matter what we're doing, it's important for us to, be. We're human beings, not human doings. So I want us to remember that moving forward. Heard that from Scatman John. So, but that's something that it's important. It's really, really important. Okay. Okay, so let's do this one. This is pile 1. So we have, again, this is for Saturday. So we have the Tower card. Blossoming Abundance in reverse. And then the Four of Wands in reverse. These cards are interesting right here because the Tower, the Tower, that's a powerful image right there. So the Tower gets rid of what no longer works and exposes our foundation so that we can build off of it. In my opinion, it doesn't destroy absolutely everything, but it destroys absolutely everything that has been building in the wrong direction. Like it destroys things that are no longer serviceable to us. It's not a bad thing for this to happen. It can feel not the best, but it actually is like clearing away. It's like a brush fire, right? Nature has those fires. Sometimes those seeds that are out in the woods, the only way those seeds can grow is if there's a fire. That's the only thing that can get the seeds to come open and be able to. So there's actually a lot of beautiful parts of nature, even when there's been a fire, even when there's been all this kind of stuff, because it rebuilds. And so it's a beautiful thing. But when I see this, and then I see the blossoming of abundance, and I see the Four of Wands in reverse. So the Four of Wands is a card of like stability and foundation again when this is in reverse. So this to me is like we're going to be looking at teetering on something. We're going to be looking at thinking back and forth, teetering kind of on the edge or the precipice of something. And this is going to make it so that it's hard for us to find a common ground. So honestly, this looks like kind of a spiritual awakening kind of thing for someone who's watching this. Because it's like dealing with foundational changes, it's dealing with probably belief systems that aren't true. When I see blossoming abundance in reverse, it's believing that maybe other people can get what they need out of life, but I don't deserve it, or I don't know how to get it, or it's things like that. I feel like we're going to be challenging ourselves and our perception on manifesting and on kind of being that person that can be rather gloomy when it comes to life, rather kind of thinking that everything happens, right? And hold on one second. So Elizabeth says, little side tangent, but whenever I see adversity, it really makes me get going. Haha, I love challenges. So much beautiful energy out of this pile. I love pushing my limits. It feels oddly hopeful. Good. Awesome. I love that, Elizabeth. That's perfect. The whole thing, it's, and even if I have a reading that isn't the most like positive sounding reading, it's not meant to be scary. It's meant to be like, hey, here's something we can work on. That's how I want to view it. Is that there's something for us to work on, and I feel like that's kind of the whole point of living, having something to work on, having something to work toward. Hold on one second. But I'm glad you liked the message, Elizabeth. Okay. These are awesome. These little pins that I got, they're interesting looking, aren't they? I'm going to try writing with some pens, writing some names down. But yeah, these are interesting. Sorry, I just had to open up this package. I had it sitting in front of me. I was like, I gotta open that real quick. Okay, so this pile here, spiritual awakening kind of thing that I'm talking about here. And when I mention spiritual awakening, I know some people can say, well, I've already been through that. I've already done the spiritual awakening. I'm done, right? No, no. We go through several, in my opinion. We go cracking open some new pens. Yes, absolutely, Elizabeth. I love cracking open some new pens. This is nice. But we don't have one dark night of the soul. We continue to have. It can be a dark night. It can be a dark week, dark month, dark year. Kind of like the Friends song, when it hasn't been your dark day, dark week, dark month, dark year. Anyway, but the main thing I'm trying to say is that it's never done. Like, we keep going back, we keep changing different parts of ourselves, we keep understanding things more, and life is kind of like a spiral. At first we're on the outer edge of the spiral, and then we keep going in, but each time we're going deeper and deeper into our own psyche. We're going deeper and deeper into letting go of limiting beliefs and doing all that stuff. And when we're doing that process, when we're kind of shedding our skin, it makes it so that we become more and more ourselves, you know. That's why I feel like getting older can be a beautiful thing, because if we work on ourselves when we're getting older, we can have that sense of like, I did something. I changed the way the world looked to me, and I made the world a better place because I made myself a better person. And that's hugely important. Okay. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do the next day. I'm just testing out these pens. They are actually pretty good. I'm a digital artist, Elizabeth. I am definitely not a put pen on paper artist. I can do digital though, but I've never been. I just have these pens, just something fun to have for the color. The color, the texture, how the pens write on paper. But I wish I knew art. That's just never been my thing. I've tried it. And maybe if I tried harder, I would probably get somewhere. But I do like the digital art. These have got some color, though. Like, they've got some depth to the color for sure. Okay, let's shuffle for Sunday. Hold on 1 second here. Okay. Shuffle for Sunday. Come on. Thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. I can understand. I can definitely understand where you're coming from. I appreciate hearing that. And that was a very nice thing to say, so thank you. Okay. Let's do this here. Put these away. Okay. Sorry it's taking me a minute to... I keep looking over and doing some doodling here, so... Alright. Let's shuffle these ones. We're all doing something artistic. Just the fact that we have souls and we're being expressive in any way, shape, or form can be artistic. Okay. Then we'll shuffle these ones. And we'll start with pile 1 on this one. Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best here. But thank you. Okay. Pile 1. Let's do pile 1. Let's do pile 2. Let's do this, and let's do this. I'm just getting our cards pulled here. Okay, so pile 1. We have got the world in reverse. 2 of swords in reverse. My neck's just feeling a little stiff. 7 of wands. This time it's upright instead of in reverse. So when we have 7 of wands, the world in reverse, 2 of swords in reverse, where are we wanting to go in the world? That's what I feel like Sunday is going to bring to us. Where are we wanting to go in the world? What are we wanting to do? And what is stopping us from going out there and achieving something? And we have the world card in reverse, which to me is not moving through our cycle the way we feel like we need to. It could be blocked, it could be congested, but it also could be something we're doing to ourselves. But there could also be a sense of wanting to kind of get out of a situation that's, again, no longer serving us. This card in reverse, or this card upright, I feel like the person is kind of saying, hey, hold on, don't, be careful there. He's holding up his hand to say, hey, I would like you to kind of back off here. Kind of trying to protect himself from would-be pursuers or attackers. When I see this card with the world in reverse, 2 of swords, there could be a fear of going out there. There could be a strong fear of the open space, having the whole world in front of you and not knowing what to do. There could be a fear of that, which ultimately comes from a fear of change. We can have a fear of success and we can have a fear of failure, but both of those fears stem from the same fear, and that's the fear of change. And in a lot of ways, the fear of failure is kind of like the fear of trying something and giving up, or trying something and it just doesn't work out. So I can understand being scared of failure. But we also tend to put a lot of expectation on ourselves to do it right the first time. And in that way, we sort of set ourselves up for failure too, because we're putting way too much pressure on ourselves to try and do something, right. Where I feel like if we're doing something for the first time, we should just try and do it and not care about if it's right or wrong. The fact we're trying something new, that is what can keep us evolving and to keep us growing. And I feel like it keeps us mentally activated. It keeps us in our body when we do new things. Of course, this is coming from a Taurus who is not always the most excited to change. But I understand how important it is to inject some change in the bloodstream occasionally, eventually, hardly ever, never. Anyway, but it's one of those things to be growing, be evolving, and I feel like that's the only reason we're here is to have experiences. And when we are experiencing new things, then we're kind of fulfilling the goal. We're fulfilling the purpose. Experiences is what the universe wants. It's kind of the sort of the tax that the universe takes, right? It doesn't tax us in money necessarily, but it does tax us in, you got to go down there and you got to do some stuff. And then you say, well, what do I got to do? And the universe is like, whatever you want, but it has to be something. And then we come down here, we do whatever it is we do, and then that's it. We have our time, we have our experiences. I believe that and love are the two things we take with us no matter what, no matter where we are, where we go. But I do believe that experience is a huge part of it, and change is a huge part of experience, because then we learn new things. But it's comfortable to be comfortable, and it sucks to be uncomfortable, but that's where the change is. That's always where the change is. Well, it reminds me of what Spirit said to me in a dream. The light is natural in you. You aren't scared of it. What are you? Okay. Give me 1 second here. It is natural in you. You aren't scared of it. What you are perceiving, what are you perceiving that is outside of you, that is afraid of you stepping in your power? That's good. That's really good. Had a hard time reading it. That was on me. That was written really well. I'm just having a hard time reading it for some reason. You aren't scared of what you are perceiving. I like that. It kind of is a observer observing the observer kind of mentality, if that makes any sense. We always want to be in that observer place, that place where we can see things how they are, not through a bias or through a lens. And it's hard to put ourselves in that position where we're seeing things objectively and we're seeing things in a true way, because a lot of us have biases, and those biases color our vision. They color our view of the whole world. If we're seeing red, then anything that comes along that's blue, we're going to think that's wrong. And that's why it's important for us to be able to perceive the truth in all situations. And developing spiritual awareness helps to develop that. Okay, so let's move on to pile 2. Yeah, I read the first pile that time. So let's move on to pile 2. And here is what we've got. We have the Two of Pentacles, the Empress, and Journey. All of these are upright. So this is for Sunday. So what I see here is, it looks like travel on Sunday. It looks like arriving to the destination, but still being on the journey, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like stopping in a certain place. This can be a physical journey. This can be more of a spiritual journey. But I feel like we're stopping in at places, and we have this sense of sort of being home wherever we are. And I feel like through that sense, we can start to make the whole world feel a little safer for us, and we can start to change ourselves and absorb and observe the environments that are around us more. The Two of Coins is interesting because when I see the Two of Coins, it could be referring to a job situation. It could be doing something where we're moving or we're getting ready to move or we're thinking about moving. To me, it's about there's two choices, right? We can take this path, we can take this path. And so I feel like there could be something on Sunday where there's going to be a choice, and it could be a monetary choice, a more physical choice. It could be, it could even be something like between this card and that card. When I see the Journey card and the Empress, it does make me feel there could be maybe we're getting a car, maybe we're doing something along those lines. But primarily, we're looking at being able to understand the journey that we're on, being able to understand that we're in the beginning phases of this part of our life, and that we're, we're starting into the world the way we need to be. And if we feel naked and we feel vulnerable, that's the way we should feel. It's not unusual for us to feel that way. It's normal. And if we lean into that and we learn from the vulnerability and we really take that in, that's going to help us to do so much better in our lives. And it's going to give us the perception and the ability to be able to be humble, to be able to be loving and kind and care for people. But these are harder lessons. Doesn't mean they're impossible, because they're not, but they are harder lessons for us to learn because we have this feeling like we have to be guarded, we have to have this exterior, which, yes, there are times where it's absolutely called for, that we need that. But then there's other times where we need to take our suit of armor off so that we can move around, so that we can be free and we can feel that flexibility return again. Because when we have that suit of armor on, we're rigid. We're still ourselves, but we're rigid. We're more not robotic, but we're more kind of not us. Like, there's parts of us that are there, but we're not fully engaged. And so when we can be ourselves with ourselves and let people in on whatever level they're ready to meet us, then it makes it so that we can understand things better. Okay, so let me just do this for a second, and then we'll go into Monday. And hold on one second here. Okay. Okay. So let's shuffle these up here. Let's get ready. And we're going to be doing Monday's reading. So everyone, sit tight, hold on, and let's get it all shuffled. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more shuffle for these ones, and then we'll move on to the other cards here. So I'll read for Monday, and then I will be open for taking questions. So if anyone's wondering anything now, you can pay, and then when I'm done with these readings, you'll be the first in line, followed by, being the second or the third. So let's do this here. Alright, now we got these cards, and then we're going to start here, so. Okay. Alright, for Monday, we got pile 1 and pile 2. Alright, pile 1. Let's look what we got here. So we have attachment, the Hanged Man in reverse. I know it looks like it's upright, but that's supposed to be a bat. So it should be like this. So Hangman in reverse. And then Page of Cups. So Page of Cups right here is represent learning something new emotionally, or rather we could be too attached to our emotions to think logically about a situation. So Monday could bring a situation where maybe our emotions could be leading us astray. The Hanged Man is about perceiving things differently, like looking at things from a different perspective, hence the upside downness, right? But when it's in reverse, it's refusing to see things from other perspectives, possibly because we're too into our own emotional world to understand someone else's. Something could happen on Monday where there could be a situation where emotionally we're just not able to connect with somebody. And this could be something that it's hard for us. Maybe there's something we need to do. Maybe we wish we could relate to people better. But it feels like something is holding us back from truly opening up, being expressive, letting things in our world. The Page of Cups is good. It's about experiencing new things, like emotionally, or experiencing more of an emotional depth of the self. But just with the attachment and the Hangman in reverse, it feels like we have our expectations for who we are as a person, and it's hard for us to break out of the role of who we've. It's hard for us to break out of the role of who we have been so far. It's hard for us to take a day and say, I'm not this, I'm not that. We get locked into a way of thinking that we are, and it almost feels impossible to change because it feels like we're very committed to our avatar, our character that we're playing right now in the game called life. I think it's important. It's important to realize that we can change, and it's not being dishonest with ourselves. It's just letting ourselves try something new. Letting ourselves experience new things. There's nothing wrong with that. So that's what I see for Monday. That's one of the possibilities. Okay, so I'll put you on the list, Elizabeth. Hold on. I saw that you paid. And thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Alright, so let's see what's going on Monday in pile 2. Okay. So we have the world. Again, that card seems to be coming up, doesn't it? 3 of Wands. And then Father of Pentacles. Okay. So Father of Pentacles, 3 of Wands, and the world. So Monday we could be looking at starting something new, or we could be looking at, and there could be some financial aspect involved. We do have the Father or the King of Pentacles here. All of these cards are upright, and the Father of Pentacles, I'll show you this card, one of my favorites in this deck, because he's got those rainbow antlers. I love that pop of color on the antlers because the antlers are already gorgeous, right? They're already beautiful. But then to put the rainbow kind of watercolor on there, just lovely, honestly. Just, I do enjoy good tarot cards. 3 of Wands here. And then, yeah, like I said, the World card. And I'll show you that one again. So it normally looks, or not normally, it looks like this. There is a person down there looking out at the world. And I like looking at this from a perspective of there could be one or more people coming into our lives that maybe want to help us financially. That could be something that's happening. The 3 of Wands is about teamwork and working together. But it's also about kind of maybe sometimes we do the hard work ourselves, which I know sounds a little contradictory, but the way this card is right here, it's making me think that we could be doing something alone until we've established something, until we've made something, and then people could join us on our journey. So we could be starting out with something, maybe looking at business ideas, looking at starting something, and we may start it alone, but I don't feel like we will be alone for very long. I feel like there could be people that help us on this journey. The World card, though, is going to be asking for us to have faith that everything will work out. Because even if it doesn't, it still does. Right? We tend to take our life very, very seriously on this planet. And I feel like if we were just a little bit more, like if we could just let loose a little bit more, if we could just kind of let go of everything, just a little bit, I feel like the world would be a better place, right? Um, I have this as an example, right? The spider builds its web, and after it builds its web, it waits for things to come to it. It waits for food to come to it. And so that right there should be a clue that when we are patient and when we are welcoming of new experiences, that they will happen. Because the spider waits. The spider knows there's new things coming. The spider knows that there will be something for it. But humans tend to think that nothing's going to happen. We tend to think the worst. And so I just want us to focus on that. Have that kind of sense of the universe has got me. The world has me. Things are okay. Things are going to be okay. So that's what I'm seeing here. Right? So if you're looking at starting a new project, if you're looking at trying to maybe get funding for a project, maybe do something along those lines, it seems like now could be a good time for us to sort of look at the horizon, understand everything just a little bit more clearly, understand things better. But looking at that horizon, making sure that we're not blocking our own way, that's going to be huge. So build what you need to build, focus on what you need to focus on, and let things come to you as much as you can. That's what I'm feeling is going to be going on here. Okay. So Elizabeth, what is your question, my friend? Just gonna stretch a little bit here, guys. Whenever you're ready, Elizabeth, I'm just waiting for you. Hopefully you're still there and your internet didn't go kaput. Oh, perfect. I'm wondering if you can help me see what new opportunities might present themselves to me with the current path I'm on. Okay, we can look at that. Perfect. Okay, so let me do this here. Okay, Elizabeth, would it be okay if I connected with you psychically? Let's see what we can do here. I want to practice. I understand tarot. I'm getting that down pretty good. But the psychic ability part, that is something I want to focus a little more on. So, would it be okay if I tried doing some psychic work? Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. So let's see here. So I'm getting something here, Elizabeth, where the first thing I saw, it's going to sound a little strange, but first thing I saw was lemons, okay? And when I see that, it's making me feel like life can be sour sometimes. Life can be a little much to handle, right? And when I see the lemons, they were perfectly fine lemons, but I'm feeling like there can be a lot on our plate to handle. And I feel like in your life right now, you're trying to turn the lemons, you're trying to turn lessons that you've learned, you're trying to turn those into experiences and into wisdom that you can integrate into yourself. So that's what I'm feeling primarily is something that you're going through is that we're turning lemons to lemonade, so to speak. So I feel like through the sourness of the lemons and the sweetness of your soul, I feel like there's something here where we can turn even something that's very sour into something that can be sweet, so to speak. So that's what I was seeing there. Does that make sense so far? I'm going to go more into depth here, but I'm just wondering if that makes sense so far. Okay, perfect. Let me see what else I can get here. Hmm. So I'm going to ask you this, Elizabeth. So I was being shown. I have a few ways I can read this next one, and so I'm curious if it's literal or if it's symbolic. So I'll kind of lay out both parts here. The first one is I saw teeth, and so I'm wondering if we have a dental checkup or if something's going on where we're seeing a dentist or our teeth are hurting or something like that. I'm curious if that's something going on. Also, I'm seeing teeth as a response to kind of like gritting our teeth and trying to get through something. That could also be another kind of situation here. We could be feeling more defensive with the outer world, and so this could make it so we're kind of like hanging on. We're trying to do our best. Um, so I'm wondering there. Ah, okay. Okay, I hear you on that. So, what I'm feeling here is so on your path, this right here, I feel like you're going to be learning a very, um, you're gritting your teeth through the rough spots. Okay, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. We're holding on, we're gritting our teeth, we're sticking to it and going through it, kind of a thing. So, I can understand that. So, the next thing I saw was this one to me is just like I'm seeing, it's going to sound weird again, but um, I was seeing like a bowl of soup, right? And when I see soup or when I see something like that, I get a feeling that it's homemade, and I get a feeling that this is something that's nutritious and it's really good for us. And I feel like it's going to taste good too. So we're looking for like I've been saying, we're looking for those experiences in life where we can kind of ease in and we can understand things and we can observe things better. So I feel like coming up for you, especially in the near future, is going to be looking at life in a way where we can understand the easy parts, the fun parts of life because we've been through difficult parts. Because we have a comparison of what difficult can look like, we also have a comparison of what easy can look like. And I feel like we're going to be flowing more into that space. I feel like we have some rough spots, as you put it, and then we flow into a better space. I'm going to say this within 3 to 4 weeks, if not like this weekend. I feel like is going to be good, but I feel like you're going to be bringing the flow that you're talking about from Sedona. I feel like you're going to be trying to bring with you through other parts in your life. That flow energy is something that you've been working with and trying to harness, and I feel like that's really good. That's a really good thing to have because it shows that you're resilient and you're strong. And so that's what I see here. We want to be soft enough to be able to take in new experiences, but we want to be strong enough to be able to understand the experience in a truthful way, looking at it through all possible scenarios, trying to understand things from those kinds of points of view. So far, is that making sense, Elizabeth? Okay, perfect. All right. Let's see what else I can get here. Okay, so the next thing I get is I'm seeing two fists coming at each other, and it's like this. So one is like this, and the other's like this, and they're going against each other. This to me is we're working on integrating the feminine and the masculine into ourselves, but there tends to be this feeling of one has to win out over the other. I feel like it's hard for us to embody this person that takes action, but is also taking care of themselves. I feel like it's hard for us to embody these two things right here. It's easy for us to take action and to be more yang, more manly, more masculine. When I say manly, I mean like masculine energy. I mean like kind of like you said, nose to the grindstone. But there's another part of us, and I feel like we need to integrate these two parts to have more of a balance. I feel like there needs to be more of a balance here where we're focusing on ourselves and we feel okay with that. We feel like it's okay, which I feel like you're doing more of Elizabeth, but that's what I was seeing there. So it wasn't two fists going like this, it was like this. So I feel like there could be some incongruency with what we're feeling divine masculine versus divine feminine kind of energy and bringing that into our lives to help balance that yin and yang within us. Because all of us have the divine feminine and the divine masculine within us, but it's expressed through different ways. And I feel like you're trying to mix them together to find the right balance. Is that, are you following that so far? Okay, let's see here. Let's see what else we can get. Hold on. Okay. So Elizabeth, are you planning on, because I saw something that made me feel like we're planning on moving, not necessarily to Sedona or wherever, but are we working on moving? Are we working on, because I remember you were talking about school, but I feel like there could be a move or there could be something going on where things are changing significantly, possibly, through scenery or through a new, it feels like it's moving, but it could also be maybe moving into something emotionally, but it does feel like it was more physical when I saw that. So let me know if that resonates with you. I'm just curious what I saw. So Hmm. For me, it's a feeling of so it'll be your choice. I do feel like it will be your choice, but it's like this feeling of picking up and leaving and getting ready to start something. And it could happen not super suddenly, but in a way that is kind of a strong direction to move in. What I saw was a moose. Okay, my psychic imagery is interesting, so I'll explain a little bit. What I saw was a moose. It's carrying a broomstick through its antlers. And to me, this is getting ready to move and cleaning up where we're at. So to me, that's like having a fresh start in a new place. And the moose could represent, I was thinking it could represent Canada, but it could also just represent that kind of very strong energy. Like you don't go up against a moose. You don't say, I can beat the moose, because you won't. You can't beat the moose. Very, very strong animals, very tall. They're big, big animals. So I feel like there's that kind of energy where we're kind of moving. Um, and the moose also to me represents earth energy, really strong. So, yeah, I mean, keep your mind open, try to understand that. But there could be something that happens, could be unexpected, possibly, where we could be into a new environment, or there could be something along those lines. Maybe you find something you really like in Sedona. Who knows, right? Who knows what's going on? But that's what I'm seeing there primarily, is that there could be a possible move. Oh, okay. Favorite childhood. He cleaned his house. Oh, okay. Okay, so that could be why I saw that too. Okay. So there could be something in Canada. Do you have friends in Calgary specifically? Or, because Calgary was something that came up when I was pressing further into it, but I don't know if that could be something that you have friends that are there, but that's really cool. Okay. Oh, okay, Virgo 29. Thank you. Let me look on here. Let me see. Okay, yes, I did. All right, so you will be after Ottawa. Okay. Well, that's cool that there was something there. That's really cool. But I will say this: I picked up on something that resonated with you um, through the imagery. But I really do feel there could possibly be a move. Just keep your mind open, I would say, because that's definitely what it's feeling like. Okay. All right. So, for you, Elizabeth, the primary thing that I would say would be, in your life, you're going to have balance. Welcome the balance, accept the balance. At first, when we're accepting balance, we ourselves are going to feel imbalanced because we're not used to feeling a sense of unison with ourselves. And that can make us feel like we're not ourselves. But in time, we get to understand that. It's sort of like when we normalize dysfunction, we don't view it as dysfunction anymore because we're functioning with the dysfunction, so we don't see it that way. But once we understand that there is a dysfunction, then we can start to correct ourselves. But during that time, we can feel a little off kilter. That's what I'm feeling here. So we're working on balancing ourselves, and like I said, that can feel unbalanced while we're doing that work. But it's meant to equalize. It's meant to sort of put us on an equilibrium. So that's what I'm seeing primarily, Elizabeth, for you is you're going to be coming into a part in your life where there's going to be a lot more balance. And in 3 weeks to 4 weeks, I feel like there's going to be more and more things in your life letting you experience more of the divine feminine instead of the divine masculine. And so let that be kind of a lesson that we're coming into, but that's what I'm feeling here. So hopefully that helps answer your question. Right now, D, I think we settled on that last time. Right now, there would be one person in front of you. How are you doing? And yeah, it has been a while. But there'd be one person in front of you because I just finished Elizabeth's reading. And so I would have Virgo 29, and then I would have you on the list. So it's not too long. You're very welcome, Elizabeth. Thank you, too. Okay, and then we have this here. All right, D, thank you very much. I can write you down here. So we have... So, Virgo 29, would you want to post your question? Okay, while we're waiting here for just a second. There we go. All right, let's look at that, Ness. Let's do some card pulling here. Let's see what we get. So for Virgo 29, or V, as I will call you, do I see you coming into union? Oh, sorry about that. Let's look and see what we get. Thank you, D. I appreciate that, my friend. Perfect. Okay, I will put you on the list. You're right after Virgo 29, which I'm reading right now. Okay. Okay. I wish I could pronounce your name, D, but we've been through this a few times, and I get worse each time I pronounce it. So this time you're gonna be safe. All right. So let's shuffle these cards for Virgo and see what we get. Hey, Jenny G, how are you doing? All right, a couple more shuffles here, and we'll see if I see. Okay. Let me see here. I had 2 cards come out for you, Virgo, on the Cap and you coming into union. I'm sorry to hear that, Jenny G. I'm sorry to hear that you're sad. It's important for us, though, I mean, to admit that we're going through something. At least for me, I'm still on the emotional learning curve. So learning to admit sadness, learning to admit these different things, that's good. It's good. It means we're connected to our bodies, right? It means we're in this kind of reality. We're in the moment. The fact that we can feel sadness means we can feel happiness, means we can feel other things too. And here we go. I hope it does. I hope it does. Okay, so for Virgo 29, I get caring connections. I get second chakra, Archangel Ariel. And then I get Magician and the Mirror right here. So I'm feeling what we want out of this kind of situation is we would want to have that caring relationship. Something that would be based off of intimacy, right? Physical connection, but also emotional connection. I'm feeling like with this Capricorn person that we're talking about, that when you're saying they're hot and they're cold, right? That probably, I mean, obviously that sends mixed messages because you're like, are you into me or are you not? And you're looking at someone who is having a hard time committing to this or that way. And so it makes it hard for you because there's a sense of confusion around this connection here. You're wondering what the hell's going on. That part I can understand. I'm seeing here, though, with the Magician in the Mirror. Okay. The Magician in the Mirror here. That kind of rhymes. I'm seeing that when we're focusing on, well, when we're feeling this hot and cold. Okay, I need to rephrase how I'm saying this. I feel like I'm getting a message coming in, and I'm having a hard time. Give me 1 second here. We could be attracting the things that we don't necessarily want or need from a situation. Maybe we feel like we don't feel like we deserve someone who's indifferent or who can be avoidant, but maybe we feel like for the time being it's the best we can do. And I'm feeling here that this person is teaching us that we don't want to waste time with a connection. We don't want to waste time with something that could be potentially not going anywhere. And right here, I do get the Caring Connections card, but I'm also wondering if it's like, I'm feeling like you're putting a lot of effort in, or I feel like you're trying with this kind of connection, but I'm not necessarily getting it from the other person. However, when they are hot or warm or whatever, I feel like there's something there, but that coldness is what's throwing us off. So let me look specifically. So why is the Capricorn cold? What's going on there? And let's look at that. 1 second. Is this making sense so far to you, D? Or not D, I'm sorry. Is this making sense to you, Virgo? Is this making sense to you, Virgo? I'll just draw the other card here while we're waiting. Okay, it's making sense. All right, so let's look here. Okay. So why is the cap being cold? Why is the cap being cold? So this is interesting. So I say, why is the cap being cold? What's going on there? I get the thinking man in reverse. Okay? So I feel like the cap tends to overthink and overanalyze things. And they do it so much so. I mean, this person could question their way. This person could think their way out of a paper bag. Or this person can do some weird shit when they're focusing their mind on this. So I feel like we could be dealing with someone who overanalyzes or who overcomplicates simple things. Someone who's making it harder for themselves to understand things. The other two cards, though, that I get, these are interesting. I get woman holding a coin, and angel of strength. And so I'm wondering if maybe to this person, you feel intimidating to this person. I'm wondering if maybe, I don't know if you're someone who has a high paying job or if you're successful financially or something like that, but there's also a sense of strength with you as well. And so this could be something that could be intimidating to men because maybe they want to be in charge or they want to have that kind of power. So it's like an ego thing. But I'm feeling like there's something here where you have a presence or you have this sense about you, and I feel like certain men just do not understand how to treat you when it comes to that. Hopefully, what I'm saying there makes sense. And it's not saying that you're intimidating. I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying some men can be kind of very intimidated and they can be very fragile. So that's what I'm feeling like. The person feels. Okay, so that's what I'm feeling like more than anything is that not that you are intimidating or you're like sitting there gritting your teeth and you're like mad at them and that's no. What I'm saying is men can be very fragile. And certain men cannot handle a woman that right, you get nervous around him, but I'm feeling like there's other things here too on his side. It feels like both of you guys get intimidated, I guess. I can understand that though. The woman holding a coin thing is interesting. I wonder if you're more I wonder if you're more focused on your career or if you're more focused on your way of like you're more goal oriented. Maybe you have stronger goals or you have a stronger resolution to like go after things, to go after and get things. Or maybe you're more of an ambitious person. It just feels like there's something here where I feel like you have a strong sense of yourself, and I don't feel like the other person has that same strong sense of themselves. If that makes any sense. Well, that's good. You're into fashion and he always compliments it. That's good. That's really good. Well, and the woman here, you said you're into fashion. The woman in this picture, I mean, she's about as fashionable as you can get. Holding the coin. Okay. There could just be something there where the person doesn't know how to handle it. Not that you're doing it wrong, but it feels like the person's pretty timid in their approach. But that's what I'm seeing, right? That's the kind of thing that I'm seeing here. So I feel like the coldness, like when you feel that it's time for there to not be any games anymore, um, when you're wanting to take something to the next level, I'd say be upfront, be straight with this person, kind of see their response here. Um, because this person does seem like someone who's going to be a tire kicker. And what that means is it's a person that goes into a car, they go into a place to buy a car, and they just walk up to each of the cars and they just kick the tires and they're like looking around. They're like, what's going on here? What's this all about? That's what I feel. This person's doing looky-loos. He doesn't know what he wants. I get a sense that this person doesn't know what he wants yet. And so it makes it difficult because this person tends to go back and forth, back and forth. So realize that if that's something you did get in a relationship with, you're going to deal with this person that's very, at this point in their life, they're kind of flopping all over the place. I feel like um, trying to find their center. And if you're feeling strong enough, if you're feeling like that's something you can do, I'd say maybe try it out, see what happens. But it does feel like it's going to be a situation where we're dealing with that kind of, I guess, a person finding themselves kind of energy would be what I would say. Finding their confidence, finding their voice, right? So does that is that making sense so far? And by no means am I saying a connection can't happen here. But what I'm saying is I feel like it's going to be a little more, it's going to be a little harder than it should be. It's going to feel like things are a little more difficult, connections more difficult. You told him how you felt, that's why you're surprised he's been cold. Okay, it does make sense. So you put yourself, um, Virgo, you put yourself out on the line and you said how it was, right? And then there's probably not someone who can come back with you. And it's not because I feel like the person does like you, but when it comes to being emotionally expressive, when it comes to going with that kind of way, that kind of flow, I feel like this person doesn't quite get it. You put your heart out on the line, you said something, and I feel like this person doesn't know how to respond. It feels like if the person could look up YouTube videos on how best to respond, I feel like that's something they would do. This person is, I feel like they're learning the emotional spectrum at a later age in life. Like they should have learned it when they were much younger, and I'm feeling like there's that kind of thing now. I don't get a sense of a negative person, but I get a sense of someone who doesn't know what they want. So it's that kind of situation, um, which yeah, that can be frustrating. Hey Angela, how are you doing? Hopefully, Virgo, that helps answer that question for you. I mean, it feels like right now in the person's life, it's just going to be indecisive. It's just going to be, you're going to be wondering with this person at this point in your life. That's what I'm feeling. You're just going to be sitting there kind of wondering what's going on. I don't feel like the emotional honesty and the emotional depth that you bring to the table, I don't feel like that this person can reciprocate. I'm doing good, Angela. I'm doing good. Just been taking it easy today, but doing well. Definitely doing good. Yep, not an equal give and take. Okay. Awesome. I'm glad that helps answer your question. So I'm going to move on to the next person here. D, do you have your question ready? Yeah, I'm doing a reading right now. I just got done with Virgos, and now I'm on to D's reading here. Okay, so we're on to D. And then after that, there's no other spaces, or there are other spaces, but after D's reading, if someone wants to pay and have their reading next, they can do that. I just recently found out my dad is in a relationship with a woman who is completely taking advantage of him. How do I help him, or what can I do about this in terms of taking action? Hmm. All right, let's talk about this one, D. And I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that there's a situation like that, because that can make us feel rather powerless and like we don't get to have a say. And honestly speaking, if we try and tell your dad what's happening with this woman, odds are there could be dismissive behavior. That could be something that happens, like, oh, it's not that bad, or oh, you don't know what you're talking about. This person has my best interests at heart. And so let's look into that, because that is an interesting situation. So let me look here. Hold on one second. Okay. Let me move this over here. Would it be okay if I try worst case scenario? Okay. Worst case scenario, D, is that I try to connect psychically and I'm not able to get a bunch of information. Best case scenario, I can get something. So, would it be okay with you if I connected psychically? Yes, okay. So, let me do this here. We'll try this way, and then if I'm not able to get much, then we'll go into tarot, okay? Just so we get two different options here. So don't worry, I won't leave you without an answer. Let's do this here. Okay, the first thing I'm seeing is, and I mean this is no surprise, but feeling tongue-tied. Feeling like kind of whatever we say is going to fall onto deaf ears. So I'm wondering here, D, have you already stated your feelings towards this connection that your father has had in a public way, or in a way where you took him aside and tried to explain something to him? Have you already had a conversation, or is this something that you haven't talked to him about yet? No, not yet. Okay. Okay, so that's good. That's good news. Um, let's look here. So, while you're investigating his life, right? So your father would feel like you were overstepping your bounds, correct? Like, who are you to come in here and say what's going on with me? Kind of a situation. I get to make the decisions for my own life. You know what's going on here, kind of a thing. I can understand that. Um, so what leads you to believe, D, that there's a manipulation going on with your father and this woman? What makes you feel that there's that going on? You've noticed a change in him. Okay, okay. So the um, the first thing I got was tongue tied. Let's see what else I can get here. Um, so does your father live far away from you, or is he close by? I saw a star and I was thinking that could be maybe that there's distance between you guys. Um, and it could also be an Aquarius card. So we could be dealing with an Aquarius individual. Maybe him or the woman is Aquarius. Um, so I'm just throwing those different options out there. The okay. Okay, so you live in the same city, but like 35 minutes away. So not super, not super super close, but also not super far away, but far enough away. Okay, he's not an Aquarius. That's fine. That's fine. I just saw that, and I was thinking that could be another possibility here. So feeling. So we have this one here. Hold on, I'll give you these messages. 1 second. Has your father always been someone who, D, has your father always been someone who is pretty independent and now he seems to not be independent? Or is he exhibiting signs of, do you feel like his personality has really changed? Because you said there was a change, but you've noticed a change in him. So the personality, is he more sharp? Is he more like quick to get upset? What kind of change here? Because the sunflower is making me feel like this person's lost their sense of self somewhere along the way. I'm wondering if some sort of event happened that had your dad shaken up, and then this woman kind of came into his life. I'm curious if there was something along those lines that happened. More closed. Okay, more closed off. Okay. In this kind of situation, D, it's kind of hard to. Well, let me put my situation out there. Let me put my situation on the line, so that you can kind of understand where I'm coming from. So my mother, right? She's in a situation where she's with a narcissistic man, and she has been for 20 something years. And I've tried everything I could to get her out of that situation. And it could be possible if he would want to see your point of view, if you feel like something's going on and you have, you have proof or you have evidence of some kind and you could show him. It could be possible that you could change his mind, but odds are he's made up his mind. He's made his choice, he's made his decision, and it's up to him to see through that if he chooses to. Sometimes people do this, and there could be guilt, there could be other reasons tied behind this, and it's up to him to decide what he wants to do. I understand you want what's best for him, but he would also not want you to interfere. Um, I feel like if he makes a decision, he's made a decision, and there's going to be some stubbornness going on here. So getting him to change his point of view or his mind when it comes to a love situation or just having this woman in his life in general, I feel like it's going to be it's going to be difficult, and I don't want to be that person that gets rid of that hope, that has that there, but it's it's kind of his life, and he gets to choose how he lives that. You can be involved in as much or as little as you want to, um, but it stinks when there's someone like that that comes in. But it is up to him to decide if he wants to. You can talk to him if he's open to it, but if he's not open to communication, then there's not a lot you can do or say because he's not open to it. He's closing himself off, and that's frustrating. I had that happen with my mom and her situation, but ultimately it's their call. I can't. Our parents, when we were kids, they could tell us what to do, but now that we're adults, we can't tell them what to do. There isn't a shift in power. I wish there could be something we could try, but it's one of those situations. It's difficult no matter how you look at it. And I'm sorry that's the case. Is what I'm saying making sense? It's probably not what you wanted to hear, and I don't like delivering those kinds of messages, but I'm just going to be honest. I know we can feel like we should do something, and you're more than welcome to try, but it's honestly it's up to him. It's kind of like if someone started drinking. or anything like that. You can tell them what's going on, you can tell them how you feel, but it's up to them to want to change. It's up to them to want to work through that part of their own stuff, you know. It's, we may want something better, but right, it's his life at the end of the day. It is. And I wish I could say something, if there was some magic words, if there was something, but it's what he wants to do. And in my opinion, and I could be wrong in this, but D, think this through. Think this through before you do anything. Just because of this, if we try and say how much we dislike the relationship he's in, or that we don't approve, we will be further distancing ourselves from him, and in the process of doing that, we're creating a gap. And then we're making it so that he could become even more embedded into this woman's control, because we've said we disapprove, and now there's more of a bond there. Now there's more of something there, and it makes it so that there will be a huge point of contention between you two if you bring this up to him. And it could make him go to her even harder because you're being against it, and he could just want to do it to be stubborn. So I want you to be careful with that before you've said anything or before you've done anything, if you choose to, because we could be pushing him further away from us, and then we could be losing out on a little bit of a connection with him because we tried to interfere. I know you have, yeah, and I know you have good intentions. I'm not worried about that at all. I feel like you're right on the money, but it is his life at the end of the day, and you can't, I mean, just think about it like this. If your dad disapproved of someone, I'll just let it be there, even though it hurts. Right. I understand. And it's not easy. It's not easy, D. It's not. And with my mom's relationship to her husband, you know, still not my. I don't like him still to this day, and I don't think I ever will. But it's kind of, yeah, it's their life, and they get to live it, and we can just kind of sit on the sidelines and say, I'm sorry you're going through that, but you know, that's your life. So I hope that helps. I really do hope that helps, at least in some way. And in a way, too, D, it takes, and maybe this sounds crass or whatever, but it takes pressure off of you. It takes pressure off your shoulders, knowing that, I mean, it is that way, and you do want to help, and you do have a good heart, but knowing that we can't do anything, or rather that maybe we shouldn't, it takes pressure off of us, because, you know, that's just, it's something we do. We put a lot of pressure on ourselves sometimes. You're welcome, D. You're very welcome. Okay, if anyone else is wanting to do a reading, you guys can feel free to pay, and then you'll be the next ones up. If not, we can do some story time. So sorry about that. Burp on camera more than I'd care to admit. That's saying something. You're wanting to go, Angela? Okay. Okay, Angela. Thank you so much, Angela. I appreciate that. What is your question, my friend? What are we curious about? And thank you again for the support. That's always, always appreciated. Really? He shook out, huh? Or he not shook out. I was reading that differently. Okay. I'm going to say Steven reached out. It's not much of a guess, though. I mean, I feel like. So, how did it go? How did that go? Hopefully, you say that he has his TV. Finally, he has his TV. Nothing about the TV this time. Okay. Um, well, I assume if you didn't talk about the TV. Honestly surprised you didn't say anything about the TV. So, what was I gonna say? Hey, buddy. Yeah, you're a good boy. You're a good kid. Ain't you? Oh, you're a good too. You're a good boy. He started with, why can't we understand each other? And I'm not assuming that's because you were speaking Japanese and he doesn't speak that language. I'm assuming he's trying to guilt you into coming down. He's a. I can only say he must be fun. He must be the funnest person to deal with. Why can't we understand each other? Basically, he's saying, why can't you let me override your opinion? Right? That's basically what he's saying. You read in between the lines, why can't you let me dominate over you? Why do you have to put up a fight? That's what I'm hearing there. I'm sorry you have to deal with that person, Angela. If you want to, you're more than welcome to keep typing, and I'm curious what if you want to talk about it, if that's something you feel comfortable talking about. I'm curious hearing it. So feel free to type away and then I can read it if you want. My response is because no one is listening or trying to understand. Communication. Okay, perfect. I can understand that. Both staying guarded towards one another, never really opening up or allowing the other to really express their true self, not staying consistent. That's a good response. That's a good response. Well, remember when we were talking, I told you he'd be trying to find a way in, right? I said, well, he says, I love you still and I want to be with you. I just want to start over and get to know you better. I mean, now I won't get the chance to. Uh, I feel like I'm having a hard time. What won't you get the chance to, or what? He says you. Oh, okay. Bringing in the big guns, huh? Okay, so what did you say back? Well, I mean, if you don't mind me asking. Okay, I see how you're typing it out now. Now I understand it. Sorry, I was having a hard time understanding. Now I won't get the chance. What chance? Then understand me and I will understand you. Mm. Mm. Right? The general level of respect and communication is and consistency is pretty important in a relationship. So it's me, he says. Okay. Okay, that's good, Angela. I'm liking this. I'm liking that you're saying what's going on. That's a good sign. He said, I understand that. It just seems like a one-way thing when I talk to you. Mm. So he says, I feel you need to compare our relationship to others. Okay, so he's trying to. Okay, I'll let you finish here, and then I'll give my thoughts. Okay, so is that the end, Angela, right there? So that was the whole kind of scenario, pretty much, give or take. Because you said this in a nutshell, so unless I was thinking you were saying you were done with the. If not, though, that's okay too. If you have more to put on there, please go right ahead. I'm reading everything you're putting down. I'm just not reading it out loud, but I am reading everything you're writing. Then he called. Okay. Okay, so Angela, first off, I'm going to say this right here with how he reached out. The first thing he was saying was he was trying to lump both of you guys in the category of being wrong, instead of taking like taking his lumps and saying what was going on. He tried to make it sound like both of you were uh, complicit in this. You tell me, Angela, what was the main reason you broke up with this person? What happened? What was the final straw with Stephen? What was the thing that happened that made you realize, okay, I don't want to be with you anymore? Because then we can go into some more stuff here. I wrote some stuff down. Not a ton, but enough that I can hopefully help you with this. All the things I named, and of course now trust. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So this is what I'm going to say right here. So you're talking to him on the phone, or you're messaging this person, right? You're having this happen, and then he says he'll open up and he'll talk with you and he'll communicate with you. Okay. After that, you say, are we exclusive? Is this an open relationship, or are we just friends? I need to know that so that we can move forward depending on the scenario. And then he puts you down and he says, why are you being difficult? So literally the same time he's saying he'll be more open and receptive to things, as soon as you say something and all you're doing is saying, hey, I'm curious what this is, he gets defensive and starts attacking you and saying, why are you being difficult? You're not. Okay, this person called, they're trying to see what state of mind you're in. They want to get you back, but they want to get a version of you back that is very weak and timid. They would want that more than anything. The more you stand up for yourself and you're stating your boundaries and what you want, this person is getting more and more upset because you're saying, hey, I'm not going to put up with stupid shit anymore. If you're going to be this way, right? Hey, Corey, I didn't notice anything, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't work. I could have felt it. I could have felt it earlier today, or I could feel it sometime in the future. I do believe when we send energy, it's quantum. So it could affect me a little bit later. Hopefully, it was positive intentions, because if I die of a heart attack on the toilet, that is going to be on you, my friend. But, Angela, so he wants you in a disempowered state so that he can come back in to your life. You're starting to become more calm, confident. You're going, you're taking care of yourself. You're working on your mental habits. You're working on things. And this person is starting to get upset now because you're setting boundaries and you're saying, here's what we have to do to move forward. And he's going to agree. He's going to agree, yeah, let's do that, because he feels like your words are going to be hollow. He feels like he can come back in and act the same way he was before, and you're not going to say anything. But now that you're standing up for yourself, he doesn't like that. He does not like that. Hopefully you're doing good, Corey. And so him not liking that is going to be him putting you down. Why are you making things difficult? Or he could also be trying to minimize your situation. So when I say minimize, oh, okay, just for me to become aware of your energy. Well, we'll talk about this in just a second, Corey. Let me let me do this here, and then I can give you some time, my friend. Okay. Um, just so I don't get off topic too much. I tend to do that. So hopefully you stick around for a minute. Um, so he was trying to minimize you, Angela, and what was going on. He said this. He said, look at other couples compared to us. What that does is it makes it so that he can say, well, we're not in that relationship where the guy murdered, right? We're not in that relationship where the guy murdered his girlfriend. We're not that, so we're okay. He's trying to minimize it to make it seem like your connection to him was really good. In comparison, yeah, there are worse relationships, I'm sure, but it doesn't, he's just trying to manipulate. That's another way to manipulate. Like I said, he called to see if you were in a disparative state when you were not. When you were not giving into despair and you were not being weak and you were asking questions and you were saying, hey, you need to follow through with this in order to come back, then he gets upset. And he turned it into, I'll see your point of view if you see mine. Okay? I'll see your point of view if you see mine. No. He needs to understand where you're coming from. In this situation, you broke up with him because of X, Y, and Z. He needs to understand what you're going to say to him. He doesn't get to call the shots. And he doesn't get to say, I love you. He doesn't get to do anything where he's pulling on your heartstrings like that. Again, he's trying to see where you're at mentally so that he can come back in your life and try and sort of wreak havoc again. And I feel like you did an amazing job because you didn't let your guard down. You're standing up for yourself, Angela, and that's awesome. That's a really good thing. So tell me, what do you think about that, about everything I've said and just that situation in general? What are your thoughts? What are your feelings on that? I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I will be back. So everyone sit tight, and here we go. Hold on. Okay, Angela, I'm back. Um, I want you to realize that Stephen, right? He's tied to our old way of being, right? He's tied to a part of us that was hurt, that was injured, and we no longer have to be in his same universe or his same world anymore. Uh, this person is still in that mindset, and the more and more that you shift and you're working on your stuff, right? I feel like what you were saying is true, accurate. I don't trust him. Absolutely, absolutely. And you're starting to be able to. You may not trust him, Angela, but that's because you're starting to trust yourself more. You're starting to find out you have validity. You have a sense of about you, right? You have this power, and you're beginning to see what it looks like when someone is treating you like garbage. You're beginning to understand that. You're beginning to see, oh, you're manipulating. You're trying to suck me into something, which is exactly what was going on here. Because all you simply asked was, are we exclusive? Are we this? Are we that? And his response was to belittle. And that is a fair question if I've ever heard one. In fact, that's one of the more honest questions you could ask somebody, and he blew it on that part. So it would be the same connection or worse that you had before with him, because he's expecting you. I feel like he's expecting you to be apologizing throughout all of that. And I'm feeling like it's going to be, yeah. So you don't trust him. I do not blame you. I hope that didn't kind of set you back. I know we're working on our recovery through this kind of situation. I hope you realize that this has nothing to do on your character. This is on him. This is what he's doing to you. I want you to see that he's trying to bring you to a lower place. Please don't let yourself go there. Realize that you're doing good and you're working on yourself and you're taking the proper steps to show that you are valuable and to show what your worth is. Okay, and again, like I said, that's what he wants. I don't even need the cards to tell me that. He wants to bring you back down. He wants to come back down. He wants to go back to you because he feels like uh, he knows what that's like. He's trying to look for something familiar. He's trying to get back. Um, there are no pure intentions. I mean, I feel like you know that. He's just trying to weasel and worm his way back into your life by whatever means necessary. And if you block him and just don't respond, no, you're not the same at all. And that's awesome. I love that. I love this new Angela because she looks at what's going on and she says, no, I'm not going to do that. So this is really good. This is something the universe comes in, we test your boundaries the first time. Absolutely. And when I did the reading for you and I said he would be back and I said he would try. So this right here, Angela, is the universe giving you a test. I say block his number, do whatever you can to try and get away from this person as much as you can, because the only thing this person's going to do is try and keep coming back into your life. And if you leave the door open through whatever means necessary, he's going to try to find his way back in. He will try and slither and slide and do whatever he can to find his way back in. And if he says, why did you block me? Say, because I did. I mean, own it. Say that you don't want to hear it anymore. You're not interested in a relationship. You're not interested in a connection, because you're not. You're someone who is learning and growing, which is beautiful, and I love that. So keep on that path and realize that some people are just trying to bring us back down so they can be in our energy again. But we're rising above, we're ascending above that. He can do whatever he wants, and you get to live your life. So just be grateful of that. He's not in your life. You already kicked him out and all that stuff. So Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I felt like that night that he was supposed to come get the TV, he thought about it and was like, if I get the TV, that's it. Yep. And we talked about that before too. He uses that TV as an anchor point in your life. He can come in whenever he wants because that TV's there. He can get it. He can come in and disrupt your life whenever he feels like it, as long as that TV is there. I feel like if you can do anything with that TV, drop it off. Do anything that you can, because it's just an anchor. It's something that he can come back and grab whenever he feels like it. So it's just, I think you're right, Angela. And you saw through that as well. You understand that there's ways in, and when you're closing your doors to this person, they like to kind of squeak through the cracks. In fact, Angela, I would not be surprised if you block this person on all forms of social media and you get them out of your life. I would not be surprised if a friend tried to reach out, a friend of his or a family member of his tried to reach out to get you guys talking again, or tried to force a reconnection in some way. Because I feel like this person would use people to fulfill his agenda. They're called flying monkeys, and they're used to suck you back into a situation that is not healthy. Why aren't you with so and so? What happened there? What's going on with this? You know, he really likes you. He loves you. He says he loves you all the time. It's like that kind of thing. People playing the sympathy card. Like, he's changed. You have no idea how much he's changed. I'm using this as an example because that can happen. You will get people coming in and saying, "Oh, he's different now. He's a different person, you know. He's changed so much." And so I'm letting you be aware of that if you block him on all forms of social media. So does I kind of went on a tangent there, so hopefully that does make sense, but I understand there's still emotions there, there's still feelings there. I understand that. We don't want to feel like we failed in a relationship, right? We don't want to feel like that's something we have to live with. But in this situation, this is a huge turning point in your life, and it's going to be something that kind of has some huge consequences. Like, you're getting rid of what no longer serves. It serves you or serves your family in any way. You're getting rid of the things that just do not work. And let's see. I was shocked though that he'd reach out for some reason, but I guess I shouldn't know because he was. You guess you should know because he was in a dream I had last night. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes perfect sense too. So, and you can pay attention to those signs too. If you have dreams of people and then those people tend to come in your life in some way, that's also an indicator. I can understand that. Some people are able to have dreams and have them come true like that. So you sort of had a feeling, you had a premonition, and then things happened. So it makes sense. And you're also going through kind of a spiritual awakening as well. So again, that makes sense. But um, hopefully, all that I'm saying, I feel like you understand. I do feel like you understand it. So does that help answer your question, Angela? You're very welcome, Angela. I specifically listen to you and a few of the other viewers because I can tell that you're taking steps to change. I can tell that you're trying to work through things. You're not sitting there wallowing and you're in like self-pity and being like, why is this happening? What's going on? You're picking yourself up and you're trying your hardest to change. And that's why I especially like helping people like you, because you are working with yourself to try and do something better instead of falling into that sense of like hopelessness and stuff like that. And I understand some of us are there. I do understand that. But eventually we need to pick ourselves up. We need to see what's going on and then sort of assess things from that point, right? Isn't he with somebody else right now dating? Remember you asked that. Um, I'm going to be honest here. The I feel like that's probably why he got upset when you said, "Are we exclusive? Are we this way? Are we that way?" And then he said, "Why do you have to be difficult?" I feel like that's the reason why he said that, is because you touched on something and it made him feel stupid. And so he said that to you, because I feel like that is what he's doing. If he's dating somebody else or if he's doing that and he doesn't want to give that up, let the other person worry about his ass. Don't worry about anything else that way. Let him date his little head off because he's no longer your problem. Yep, I can guarantee that's what I'm talking about. When you do this, when you change in your life like this, you will get people popping out of the woodwork because they know that the supply, right? You're the narcissistic supply. They know that you're moving on and they'll do whatever they can to try and get you back. Whatever they can, because you were someone that they kind of preyed on for a while. And now you stood up for yourself and you're saying, no more. I'm not doing that. And that just throws them off completely. But eventually they get the message and they leave you alone because they realize they can't get anything from you anymore. Oh, Corey. Okay, hold on. All right, Corey, I got it. Thank you, my friend. So you'll be the next one up on the list here. So thank you. You're the very next one in line. Okay. Yep. Angela, he's not moving with you because he can't. That's something I want you to remember. He's not moving with you because he cannot move with you where you're going, and you shouldn't feel bad about leaving him behind, because the only thing he does is trigger your old sense of self and your old sense of shame, and he controls you through that. So without having him there, you can understand what it truly means to express yourself and to kind of go with that flow. I feel like this person, when you were with them, was very stifling and very controlling in the way you chose to be or in the way you chose to act. I feel like this person demanded a lot of respect from you and yet gave you very little respect in return. So you get to move on and you get to use that same, you get to love yourself in a way that is pure and true, and not spend your time loving someone who does not understand you, who does not get you. You get to move on to something much better. Okay, so Corey, what's your question? And while you're typing your question, Angela, if you have more to say, please feel free. But you're doing good. You're doing really good. Okay. Let's see what we can get for you, my friend. Let's move this over here. Awesome, Doc. Awesome. That's perfect, my friend. I know it's difficult. I know that it's very difficult, but that's going to be your road to yourself that we're discovering again. I'm glad that that's something you feel like you can do, and you can feel that there's a sense of safety and a sense of kind of working through your own stuff, working through your own. Did you watch the videos too? I mean, that's another thing entirely, but it hurts a lot emotionally, but it oddly feels good to be able to just feel a little more than I used to. I hear you on that. When I started waking up emotionally, when I started having that happen for me, um, the amount of pain and kind of confusion and ambiguity of trying to understand myself and my character now that I'm kind of more stepping into my body, it was a lot at first. It does get easier though as time goes on. It does. It gets a lot easier. It just takes that time for us to be able to get in there. But it is funny though that you're feeling emotion again, right? That's good. That's good. We're working on that numbness. We're working on nullifying that numbness eventually. So I did, Corey. I saw your question. Sorry about that. I was writing. I was going to grab a deck here, and then Doc came on here. So um, curious about the short-term future. Hopefully something hopeful / of interest. So let's see what we got here for you, Corey. See what's going on here. But I'm glad, Doc. I'm glad that is helping. So short term, let's see. Okay. That's good. And you're okay. You're okay. When we're talking about the healing part of the emotional journey, take your time to understand the videos. If you're watching something and it's really hitting on something, pause and maybe write about that. Maybe do something like, the important thing is that we normalize the feeling of emotion. We normalize it. We don't suppress anymore. So when you're feeling something, if it's too much, we don't just click off the video, right? And that's something that's really, really going to be important for us to have. When we're feeling, we let ourselves feel, and that will get us further, or that will get us deeper and deeper into our own body. As long as we don't run from it, we look at it, because that's the whole thing of what the body wants us to do. The reason why we feel pain and we feel uncomfortable is because it's forcing us to look at something. It's forcing us to stare at something and look at it. And when we do, it starts to shrink down and it becomes more manageable, because it's not as big as we think it is usually. But there is pain, and I'm not trying to minimize what's going on with you. I'm just saying it does get easier, is what I'm trying to say. It's not always a tidal wave of emotion. It gets easier. Okay. Let me do this here. Oh, I gotta do this here. Hold on. Doc says, "Hi, Corey. I remember you from a past live stream. How have you been?" I didn't know if you two had ever been on a live stream together. I always get you guys coming in. It feels like there's one of you, or there's none of you, or there's the other one. So having both of you on is nice. Okay. Let's see what we got here for Corey. So let's do 3 cards. And we'll do 3 months, because we were talking about short term. Just give me 1 second here. Okay. Yes, exactly what you have said and suggested made a lot of sense. I had no hope of recovery before, but I'm starting to see the emotions that I haven't seen in a while, and it's giving me a lot of hope. That's awesome. That is awesome, Doc. I love that. I love hearing that there's hope and that there's stuff going on there. That's going to be something that helps you more than anything. And I want you to know the emotional world, it does normalize eventually, but it's going to feel, well, it's going to feel, right? You're going to be feeling a lot. And we can always kind of take a minute. And I say this, right? If we need to cry, if we need to get angry, punch something, like we need to, break stuff, we need to do something like that to be productive with our anger, we can do that. But crying is really good. Letting ourselves be in that state is beautiful. When I started being in my body and crying and letting out emotion and frustrations and things that happened when I was younger, it changed a lot. It changed a lot about me. And then, you just get to really be yourself. You just get to really step into that. Okay. So let's do 3 months for you, Corey, and I'll draw 1 card for each month, and then we'll further verify. Well, we'll look and see what we got going on here. So, anything interesting or curious happen in Corey's future? So we have, let's do the month of July, the month of August, the month of September. So we have July, August, and September. All right, now let's see what we get in July. What do we have coming up for July? Okay, so we get this, financial constraints in reverse. So that's making me think Did you get a job, or has something happened where money is going to be flowing to us a little easier, Corey? Because it's looking here, when I see financial constraints in reverse, maybe something could be happening. If it hasn't happened yet, something could be happening where maybe we're getting a job, or we're getting some sort of money coming into our lives in some avenue. So I feel like July is going to be a month where we're hopefully having some income coming in, right? So for July, does that resonate with you? The only reason I'm asking if that one resonates is because it's this month. The other ones I'm not going to ask if it resonates because it's in the future. Hopefully it does, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll go from there. Hey, Hazel. Good girl. I'm working currently, going to university, paying for it, but also have funding in the mix. Okay. But you only move out in August. Okay. Okay, so maybe there could be a freeing sense here. Let's look at August here though, really quick. Okay, so I get this right here. So in August, I get the Envy card. When I see this card, well, let me shuffle this deck here. Let's get a little more insight before we do anything. Let's see what we have going on. Okay. Let's do this again. Get these shuffled up here. Okay. Okay, so this is interesting here, Corey. So in July, I get the Five of Pentacles in reverse. So normally the Five of Pentacles is a card of like financial ruin, stuff like that. But we have financial constraints in reverse, and we have Five of Pentacles in reverse. So I feel like we're changing the way we see money. I feel like maybe it's becoming easier for us. It feels like that's kind of July's message, is focusing on how we work with finances, or how we can work with that kind of issue here. It's interesting that it comes up so strongly, because I feel like you understand money. I feel like you understand the concept, but maybe there's going to be something that's a much easier flow. That's all I can say here. Feeling like things are just going to get easier in July. Now for August, the month where you're moving out, we get the Two of Pentacles in reverse, which to me is like, I'm just going to ask you this. So when we're talking about moving out, when we're talking about kind of setting out on that little journey that we're going on, what is it that we're thinking here? When I see Two of Pentacles in reverse, it's making me wonder if we're there could be some second thoughts, or there could be something going on. Is there anything like that going on in August? Is there anything that would be keeping you where you're at now versus moving for August? Because when I see this in reverse, I'm wondering what's going on, because it feels like there's a possible confliction here. And when I see envy, um, is there anything going on? Maybe we're not going to the same place our friends are, or maybe something's happening here where we're envious of something in August. So I'm curious what this could mean for you. Okay, there's nothing like that currently. Okay, so I'm just bringing that up. There could be something happening in August. Um, so that'll be something interesting to see. And then there's this card here. So I will say there's something interesting slash curious going on in this already, because it does feel like things are going to change. But let's look at what August holds uh, when we get to August, like physically. So then I get this card. This would be for September. I get man holding a heart. And then I get Ace of Pentacles in reverse. Hmm. So I feel like in September, maybe there could be a dating situation. Maybe there could be someone coming in. Um, but there could also be something where, how do I put this? There could be a feeling of maybe love that could be unrequited. When I see Ace of Pentacles in reverse and I see man holding a heart, I'm feeling like we're ready to step into an arena where we're showing ourselves to people, where we're starting to be comfortable with who we are. And maybe other people might not receive that the best, but it has no reflection on you. It's other people not feeling comfortable with how someone expresses themselves, not necessarily anything like that. So the main thing I'm trying to say is September, there could be a possible love interest, right? There could be something going on. But I would say before you tell the person how you feel, or before there's too many feelings involved, see how they act around you. Talk to them, see if they're an open communicator, see if they're interested in what's going on, because I want you to be, feeling comfortable if that's the case, and kind of seeing the signs of if someone's into you versus if someone's not into you, and reading those signs, because it feels like September, I feel like we're kind of branching out, we're coming out of our shell a little bit, we're starting to go into that dating world more, or we're starting to understand what a relationship could mean for us. So I feel like it's a starting point in September. September seems to be when I feel like things are going to be happening more for you. Just because I feel like we're moved, we're getting in that place, and I feel like we're starting to stretch our wings. We're starting to understand what's going on around us more, and so that's what I'm seeing here. So September to me feels like it's going to be a good month for change and for understanding things. And even if we profess our love, or even if something happens and the person doesn't return it, um, sometimes there can be situations where we learn a lot about something, even in kind of a painful situation. We learn a hell of a lot about something, and eventually we can look back and kind of be like, oh, I used to be that way. I'm not that way anymore, but it's a learning experience. So take it as there being a learning experience that could be going on in around September, where we're learning about ourselves, we're possibly learning about love, because September does feel like that's kind of going to be something, a theme that comes up. So does that make sense to you, Corey? Okay, thank you very much, Doc. I got your donation. You're after Corey, so let me add you to the list here. Well, that's why I say we don't ask if it resonates as much, because it is in the future. Um, so we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if it resonates if you come back around that time. The main thing is just to be open to change and be adaptable more than anything. I feel like we're at a time in our lives where the envy card to me could be that something could be happening where we could be envious of a situation that maybe someone has. Maybe we could feel like someone got in with, like people are given special treatment. That doesn't seem fair. There could be something going on where we're encountering lessons in our life that kind of feel unfair, and maybe we envy other people because they don't have to go through the same things we do. It could be something like that, honestly. And envy is an interesting emotion, but when we're feeling it, we can allow ourselves to feel it and then kind of see where that's coming from. Maybe we feel gypped in some way, and someone else being able to have an opportunity doesn't feel fair. So there could be something in a job, or there could be something in a situation where someone's promoted ahead of us. I mean, uh, there's lots of ways envy could come in. We try really hard and we only get a B, you know, on a test, and someone tries just barely and they're able to get an A plus. And so there's kind of that feeling of not feeling fair, you know. So that's what I could see the envy card meaning. Um, Hopefully that part makes sense, because that to me would be the envy. So just look out for lessons where we're feeling envious, we're feeling like other people have it much easier than us, or it's not fair that it's this way versus that way. That's what I mean. Okay, and everyone, get your um, Doc is going to be the next person, unless he wants me to call him by his other name here, but I'm just going to go with Doc for now. So he's going to be the next person, and after tonight, I'm probably going to be off for about a week. So if you guys have questions, if anything's going on with you guys, please put them forward now, and then I'll address them on this live, and then yeah. Hi everyone, a song came through today, Fiona Apple version Across the Universe. I've heard that. I've heard that one before. Across the universe. Yeah, that's a good song. That's good. I need to listen to more Fiona Apple. Alrighty, and you were saying I feel like. Okay, I'm sorry, Corey. Thank you for catching me on that. I do tend to trail off sometimes. Sometimes when I'm talking, I lose interest in what I'm saying, and so it. No, I. Okay, so I'm very forgetful as a person. If you guys can't tell, I've done weird stuff. Been very forgetful. So I feel like at the point you're at in your life, you're going to be looking at constant flux and changing. You're going to be looking at being very adaptable. You're in a stage in your life where I feel like you're going to be molded like clay. There's going to be a lot of things that come in, change your perception, change your viewpoint, and let that happen. Let yourself adopt several different viewpoints. And if they're like opposite each other, if it doesn't make sense to hold on to both of them at the same time, figure out what works for you. Work through that. No, Amber, you're good. Everyone, so after tonight, I'm off for about a week. So if you guys have questions, now would be the time. It's not too late. Right now, there's one person on the list. I'm going to Doc next. So right now it would be Doc, and then whoever wants to pay after that would be the next person. And then, like I said, I'm going to be gone for about a week. So if you guys want to get those questions in now, if not, though, you can just sit here, fill up the chat. Let's talk. Let's do it. And yes, Maxine, go with the flow. Absolutely, absolutely. Not always the easiest thing to do, but definitely a necessity. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna light another instance here. We've got some good ones today. We got some good incense. I think this one because it's pink, right? It's like a pink color. What do you guys think of the color pink? I mean, for me, I like the color. It depends on the shade. It depends on the shade. I've been thinking of getting some Sakura Blossom shoes. You know, Doc. Start with wherever you want to go. Wherever you want to go, my friend. Now light that incense. But yeah, some Sakura Blossom shoes. You know, some nice footwear. I'm looking into some stuff. I was always told that pink wasn't a manly color. And then you got to realize, what the hell is a manly color? What is it? Just like blood and sweat? I mean, if that was a color, I would understand, but the hell is a manly color? Yeah. Ooh, there you go. Rose hydrosol. Okay, hold on. You too, Corey. Have a good one. Pink is nice. Awesome. You're very welcome, Corey. Have a really good one. Pink is nice. Have a good one, Corey. Good night. Man, my car broke down on me 8 times today. Dead battery. Had to walk 5 miles to Walmart to spend $300 on a portable automotive battery charger. It brought up so much anger, and I started thinking about everything that has made me mad in the past and the near past. I'm glad I have impulse control, or else I would have punched my headlights and taillights out. It felt amazing to feel that. Anger again, even though I've been telling myself it's not normal, I was actually euphoric. I felt so powerful even though I felt wrong. I accepted it and let it, I felt it pulsing in my veins. It was so foreign to me because I haven't felt that way in a while. My alternator is no longer charging my battery. It's going to be around $1,000, not including labor. That sucks. That does suck. That does suck, Doc. But when you were walking that 5 miles and you had nothing else to do but think, that was awesome. That was what you needed. I mean, the $1,000, the 1,300, the 300 for the thing. I know nothing about cars. I've already forgotten what you said you picked up. But having that time to walk, and the only thing you could do was think about what's been going on. That's good, man. That shows that you're feeling and you're letting yourself feel. And that anger, that anger can be euphoric because you're alive when you're feeling it. And yeah, it's good you had impulse control. And it is weird when you start feeling again. It is. It feels foreign. It does feel foreign. It feels like I can't even. I Yeah, it just feels foreign. It really does. Okay, so I've got Amber, and I'll put you down for your question. You're after Doc here. So, but it's good though. It's good to have that feeling and that just feeling in general when we feel like we're numb. That's huge. And when we've been told the only feelings we can have are anger and happiness, we were talking about that before, and that's good, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. You're breaking the mold cast by society. You're focusing on building up your emotional well-being. That's so huge. Yes, I got, well, let me look. Let's see, Cash App. Yes, I did, my friend. I did. Thank you so much. It really is, Maxine. It was weird, but it was good for sure. And it is weird. Weird is such a, my girlfriend tells me it's too vague of a word because I use it all the time to describe everything. And she's right. Weird is, but that's foreign is a good word, right? Foreign, it's a vague feeling. It's kind of confusing to work through because we don't know what's going on. And it takes vulnerability in letting ourselves be in that space because when we're being emotional, but we don't know what we're feeling, how we're feeling it, and what's going on, it takes kind of a humbleness to look at ourselves, almost laugh at ourselves in a way and be like, it's kind of ridiculous, but also it's my life, it's my story, and I'm learning how to be expressive. Let's see, anyone that was looking at me in traffic, I was just praying that one of them would stop to pull over and try and fight me, even though I knew it was outlandish and it would never happen like that. I'm telling you right now, when you're feeling the anger the most, there's like no one around. But that's probably a good thing. I think it's good, man. And a lot of times, the numbness that you're talking about, is anger that's being clouded, right? So it's anger that's being clouded, or it's anger that's being um, isolated. It's anger that doesn't have an expression or an outlet. And so that's one of those things, at least for me, that's what it was when I'm feeling numb or I'm feeling, whatever it happens to be. I generally realize that there's either anger or there's sadness that's lying behind that numb feeling, and I just don't want to feel it. So it's important to feel it, express it, right? Anyway, this happened right when it needed to, Doc. This happened perfectly when you needed it. And it sounds like, I mean, it's a shitty situation, but at the same time, a situation, if you will. But at the same time, it's also something that brought you closer to your own sense of personal well being and feeling a sense of like, I'm in my body again. And it's funny that making you walk to grab another one, that's also another exercise. That's a grounding exercise too. So it's like the universe was saying, you want to feel in your body? You want to start feeling again? Here you go. And so that to me, that's a huge breakthrough. That's that's wonderful, and I couldn't be happier for you. And like I've been saying, it gets easier. At first, it's going to feel like you have a couple emotions, but it was a different type of numbness than I felt for so long. This is a bad analogy, but it was almost like a drug. I'm so excited for what the future holds and what other emotions I'm going to unlock once again. And that's something too. So what I want you to do, Doc, is we're unlocking that emotional self. I love that you're excited, my friend. That's awesome. That's what I'm here for. So what we're going to do once we start unlocking our emotions again is I want you to check in with yourself whenever something happens and you feel your emotions change, even if it's slight. I want you to check into yourself and I want you to make sure what you're experiencing. And I want you to talk to yourself and say, I'm feeling this way because of this. I want you to have something where you connect your emotions to like a trigger or a response that happened. We get to know ourselves better from that, and then we can understand things a lot better. Instead of not knowing why we're feeling anxious or why we're feeling scared or angry, we can tie it to something and we can make sense of the world because we can see where our emotions are triggered. So that's something to do, to check in with ourselves and be like, why am I feeling this way? What's going on? What made me feel this way? A lot of times I've had something happen and I told myself, I convinced myself, super small thing, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. And then I'm sitting there and I'm getting anxious, I'm getting angry, I'm getting upset, and I muted my own emotion by saying that it was so small that it didn't need to be dealt with or expressed. And when I did that, I mitigated my emotions. I said, no, I'm not going to deal with you right now. And we have a tendency to, if we're not going to deal with it now, we're probably not going to deal with it. So when things come up, let's see what's going on. If we say it's no big deal, but then we start acting weird, I use the word weird again, we start acting in a way that's very out of character, then we can check back and be like, maybe that did mean something to me. Maybe I was lying to myself, right? Okay, once again, it was like a movie scene. The alternator is a great metaphor. Yeah, it is. The alternator is a great metaphor. So, Doc, does that make sense? We're going to be looking at correlation between world and emotion. We're going to be looking at external world versus emotional response. Does that make sense? And that's okay. That's okay. So when we're working with habits, when we're working with that, we will have habits that are quote unquote probably not the best thing for us. Okay, I understand that. But we can always change. We can always change these habits, these viewpoints, these ways of understanding reality. It just takes time, right? The meaning of life. Haven't heard that album. Sure, Doc, we can do that. Let's pull some cards and let's see what we got going on for you, my friend. Just know that through your journey, what you're going through, this is normal. If you don't feel like yourself, that's normal. You don't know who you are at this point in time, and you're going to discover who you are along the journey of life more and more and more, and it's going to be reclaiming that emotional depth that we've been talking about. When you reclaim that, when you understand what's going on with you emotionally, that's when we'll start to develop who we are as a personality, who we are as kind of an identity figure. And it'll take a little bit, but if you're wanting to change, Doc, nothing can stop that. Nothing can stop that energy if that's what you want. Yes, absolutely. So that's the thing, is that we become an observer. We don't become a reactor or a responder to our emotions. We become an observer to our emotions. And then we can decide what response to give, right? That's an important part. That's a very important part. Okay, let's try doing this. Let's see what's going on for Doc. Okay, so this is what's in store for you, Doc, my friend. We have walking away in reverse. We have door to value. And then we have goddess of the moon in reverse. So you're going to be working. Okay, this is going to be something that'll be an interesting thing to talk about. So you're going to be going through a lot of emotional change. And the main thing that I want, like when I see walking away in reverse, that's standing our ground. That's staying where we need to go. When I see door to value upright, that to me is saying that we're realizing how important we are as a person, not only to ourselves, but just in the universe in general. Nobody is a better us than us, right? Nobody can be a better version of ourselves than us. And the universe has created us specifically to experience itself through our lens, our point of view. We're not an accident, we're not a mistake. We're working through these emotions, and our experiences are valid, no matter what they are. Now, then we have Goddess of the Moon in reverse here. Okay, so this card here is saying that during this time of emotional feeling, kind of emotional upheaval, understanding ourselves, we might lose a bit of our own intuition and we might question ourselves more. It's normal to question ourselves, but it's not good to scrutinize ourselves. That's the important thing moving forward. If we find ourselves beating ourselves up or berating ourselves, we need to take a step back and say, wait a minute, would I do this to a friend of mine? Or would I allow someone to do this to a friend of mine? Doc, I want you to treat yourself like someone you are responsible for taking care of. That's your mission right now. You're going to treat yourself like someone you are responsible for taking care of, like a 5-year-old kid, and you're watching that kid for the day. The day is your life. It's going to be a long day, but you're watching that kid. So that's what I want you to do. Awesome, buddy. Awesome. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. This is good. You're starting to get in touch with that vulnerability, that sensitivity, my friend. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Awesome. But you're gonna be wondering who you are. You're gonna be wondering who you are in this phase. You're gonna be wondering what's going on with you. And all of this is gonna be beautiful. All of this is gonna be a very touching reunion with yourself, your soul, and that inner guidance system that we've talked about. Once we're no longer numb, we can start to feel. Once we start to feel, we can start to heal. Does that make sense? Because feeling is healing in itself, because we're acknowledging a part of us. Um, so a lot of us are like this. If I can give you an analogy, um, a lot of us when we are growing up, men, myself specifically, when an emotion comes up, and the emotion comes up and it's tugging on our shirt and it's saying, come on, come on, come on, notice me, notice me, notice me. We treat it like an annoying little kid. And we say, no, not now. I'm not gonna, I'm busy. So now you're opening up. And in a way, we're going to be reparenting ourselves. That's another part of the journey too, is focusing on reparenting ourselves, understanding what's going on. And when you watch those videos that I sent you, you'll notice they mention inner child work and reparenting, because that's where the real healing is going to be from. It's not going to be from the emotions that you're experiencing today. It's going to be working with the emotions that you experienced at the start of your existence as a human. And that's generally family of origin emotions. And then we'll work our way forward and we'll understand things. But if you're confused and lost in the process right now, that's exactly where you need to be. It shows that you're getting rid of the foundations around you. It may feel like you're crumbling or you're falling and there's nothing to catch, but what's actually happening is you're becoming free, and wherever you land after this, you're going to start to grow and understand yourself even more. But right now, you're in a free fall kind of situation. This is both a very beautiful process and a kind of difficult process too. But the beautiful parts, in my opinion, outweigh the difficult parts, because you're working towards something. You're working towards kind of making yourself your own best friend, and you are going to show up for yourself every time. but that takes time to understand what that means for you. And so it's a journey to self-love, it's a journey to self-expression, but all of it ties into a journey of fully developing our own emotional sense of character and well-being, becoming sensitive, letting ourselves be vulnerable, feeling into that. That's going to be a huge part of this journey for us. So does that make sense to you, Doc? That makes sense. Okay. So if it feels foreign, if it feels uncomfortable, you're doing well. It means that you're not sure. That means you're doing well. That means you're taking in new information. That means you're learning. Um, and a lot of times when we're learning, we will ultimately change our paradigm, the way we see the world. We'll have a shift in the way we see reality. And I want you to be okay with that shift, because that's the whole thing. To me, that's the whole point of existing, is going along with the shifts in our personality and the shifts in our soul. We're exactly where we need to be right now in this moment. We don't need to be anywhere else. We don't need to be doing anything else. We're living perfectly as us right now in this moment, the way we are right now. Okay? So I don't want us to focus on getting to a destination as much as allowing ourselves to enjoy the journey, because that to me is how we live life. If we think going here, getting this, doing that is going to make us happy, then there's something missing, right? We need to focus on having our own sense of self to feel peaceful, to feel a sense of calm. That to me is where we need to be at. And that comes from us, not from a location, not from a place, not from a thing. It comes from our sense of self. So you'll develop that as you go along. So, yeah, hopefully that helps. You can watch me scratch my armpit. That one's just for you, Doc. Just for you, an armpit scratch. But let me know what you think about that, Doc. Let me kind of understand where you're at. I tend to monologue and go on and on. Okay. I've been so shut off for the past year, maybe even longer. I was turning into a cold stone to the world. It felt like there was a brick wall separating me and all of the beauties of the real world. Yes, absolutely. When we separate ourselves from emotion, we separate ourselves from the flow. We separate ourselves from life. You know, that's something that happens when as soon as we start separating ourselves. What we do is we say, I'm no longer able to feel happy, and because I'm no longer able to feel happy, I can't feel sad, and because I'm no longer able to feel those, I can't feel anger. Right? When we don't just shut off one emotion, we shut off the whole system, and then we have to come back and we have to integrate. And now that's what you're doing now, my friend. I love that, though, the brick wall separating yourself. Beautifully said, because that's what it is. It's cold. It's isolating. Um, it's, yeah. Hey, Molly, how are you doing? So, like I said, guys, this, hold on. Absolutely, absolutely, Doc. And thank you for saying that it's been helping you. Let yourself real, like I said, we want to be excited about the journey, because what's interesting about being excited about the journey of our own emotional well-being is that we get to be excited each day. If we're focusing on a destination of emotional well-being, then each day that goes by, we're trying to work towards a goal. We're not trying to work towards allowing ourselves to be happy in the moment. We're working towards attaining a goal, which may or may not happen. So it's important to be happy on the journey that we're on now, which it sounds like that's exactly what you're doing. So I'm just throwing that out there. That's exactly what happened. One emotion turned off, another followed, and it was like dominoes cascading off of each other, falling one by one. No, you're good, Molly. Don't worry about it. You didn't interrupt at all. You're welcome. You're part of the spiritual family here, so feel free to come in and say what's going on, and you didn't interrupt anything, okay? So, yeah, Maxine reminds you of the tarot card. Absolutely. I mean, the tarot card in this deck. I'll show you what the tarot card looks like, and we'll kind of talk about that for a second. Hold on. I like the Tower card in this deck. So give me a second. Where are you, Tower card? Come on. Come on, where are you? If it's the last card, I mean, it's kind of looking like it might be. Second to last card. All right. So this is the Tower card. Doc, take a look at this one. So what you see right there is you see the foundation of the tower is fine, but the top part is kind of sloughing off. It's going off to the left, it's going off to one of the sides there. And as it starts drifting down, when it hits the ground, it's already done. That part of the building's life, quote unquote, is over. And there has to be something new that's built on top of it. So the tower card is actually a pretty powerful analogy for that. One of my close friends that have been really worrying me lately has been going off the deep end, has been acting really off, and he's like me, turned off, but he has violent intentions towards other humans. It's cool. It's a cool card. The Fountain Tarot is what this deck is called. One of my favorites to work with. I've got the other one, the True Black Tarot. Absolutely gorgeous. Hard to shuffle. Beautiful cards. My favorite deck so far. I have the Magician Major Arcana hanging up in my room. Love it. Okay, so you said one of my close friends have been really worrying me lately. Has been going off the deep end. He's been acting really off, and he's like me, turned off, but he has violent intentions towards other humans. I had a I had a friend like that when I was in high school. He was, yeah, man. He took a bunch of firecrackers and put them into the shop toilet. Someone told what had happened before. The shop toilet wasn't working, so there was no water in the toilet, and he was going to light the firecracker. He had some way that he was going to light it, and well, someone was sitting on it, kind of a thing, and just anyway. I talk to him every day, but what I say to him goes in one ear and out the other. Would I be a bad friend if I was to admit him into a psych ward? He has told me he wants to hurt his family and then hurt himself. You wouldn't be a bad friend. It sounds like you can't help him in that way, Doc. I'm sorry that's something you have to go through. That's difficult. I had a friend that wanted to hurt people too. The best thing to do is to, in my opinion, you got to remove yourself from the situation. That for me, that's no longer a safe space, because that person's going through something in a way that's very dangerous, right? I don't think you would be a bad friend admitting him into a psych ward. It sounds like there's a lot of unresolved issues there. I don't know how that works though, admitting someone or doing anything like that, but Yeah, you do need to distance yourself. That would be the main thing I would say. And I understand he could be a close friend, but when you start opening up more emotionally, and I've said this before in my other readings, because this is a common issue, you're going to find yourself kind of separating from the people you've known a little bit because they represented a time in your life where you were living your life from a trauma-based viewpoint. It's not, and that isn't your fault. There's nothing going on there. I understand there can be a closeness there, but if this friend is possibly thinking about doing something, um, it sounds to me like if there can be something that's prevented, that would be the best thing to do. And then distancing yourself from that friend because he's going down a kind of a darker path, and you, Doc, are opening up more emotionally right now, and you're going to be going on your journey. But I do feel like there's times where we do have to pull people out of our life because we just don't vibe in that way anymore. Especially if he's wanting to hurt people. Um, I'm sorry that's the case, though. That's awful. Does what I'm saying, it does that? It's probably not the thing you'd want to hear. Of course, I wish there was a way I could fix it to make it so that wasn't the case. But does it make sense what I'm saying? You have two options, Doc. Okay, that's what I was going to say. You have two options. The one is distancing yourself, and the other is staying in the friendship. But I'm going to tell you right now, Doc, you're going through these emotions, and I understand you're looking at someone else who is also, as you put it, turned off. But some people, they don't want to. They don't want to come back in their body. They just don't. That's not something they're able to do. Oh, thank you, Crown B. Hold on. Let me add you to the list here. Let me see. Okay. Let me add you to the list. You're after Amber. And thank you so much. I think this is your first time on the channel that I'm aware of. So welcome. Okay. So right now I'm doing Doc's question, and then it's Amber, and then it will be your turn, Crown B. Okay? So you're third down on the list. Hold on one second here, though. If he has those thoughts about other people, who's to say he doesn't have those thoughts about me or my family? Right, Doc. You don't know. You don't know what's going on with him and his mental state. The best thing to do is while you're starting to turn on your emotions, anyone that's going to impede that, that's going to be something that you're really going to feel, especially at this point in your emotional development. You're starting to develop more emotionally, so we need to get rid of those that can kind of, right? I distracted you while storytelling. I apologize, but you were talking about your friend in high school putting. Oh, okay. Not only did I have you on the edge of your seat, I'm sure the other person that would have been sitting on the toilet would have been on the edge of their seat because the firecracker would have exploded anyway. I make a joke about it because it didn't happen. It did not happen. I had a friend of mine, I didn't do it myself because I was scared to do it, but I had a friend of mine tell the principal what was going to happen, and it never did happen. But he was telling me everything. He had stuff ready to go, and it just luckily they caught him, and they actually, I think they even suspended him for it. I don't know if they ever caught him with it or anything, but it was enough of a thing to worry people to anyway. Yeah, so and then after that I distanced myself from that friend. He will. I have a feeling, Doc, that's exactly what would happen if you stayed close with him. I know, I feel like you're someone who wants to help other people, but I want you to realize this too, my friend. You're a good person. I know you're a good person, but if someone is going off on their own path, that's their thing. That's their call. I'm sure you've probably tried talking a little bit, or you've said something, or you said it goes in one ear out the other. If they're not willing to listen, then it's kind of time for us to remove our presence from that situation. And I feel like you get it. I'm glad they caught him. Someone could have got serious. Absolutely, someone could have gotten hurt. So, like I said, I joked about it because it did not happen. So if it did, yeah, but I would have felt horrible. I had that news, and then I told a friend. I didn't know what to do. Like I said, I was in high school. I didn't know what to do with that information. I was too scared because I remember they caught him, right? And then the next, he did eventually get in trouble. It, maybe he wasn't suspended, but something happened. He didn't. I don't remember seeing him after that. But I remember it was like the next day or a couple days after. I'm walking along to my next class, and my friend runs up beside me, right? The one that had the firecracker idea, you know. He runs up beside me and he looks at me and he's kind of confused and he says, "Do you know who told that that I was going to do that with the shop toilet? Do you know who said something?" And then I immediately, my eye, like I tried to hide my face as much as I could, or tried to steal my reaction as much as I could, because my heart just like skipped a beat, and I'm freaking out. I'm like, and I said calmly, I said, I have no idea. I have no idea who did that, because, and right after I said that, he said, if I ever find that person, I'm gonna burn down their house with their family in it. And I was like, what? Like, at that point, I realized how toxic he really was, and I immediately said no. Because he was becoming unhinged, and as much as we want to be there for people, he was. And you know you get a feeling around those kinds of people, just something's off, something just doesn't feel quite right. um anyway, so that's that story. I'm gonna get to Amber's question here. Amber, what is your question? Hopefully that was an interesting story time. That was a weird time in my life. Okay, let's see what I can get, Amber. You guys are welcome. We all have experiences, and some of them are, most experiences are interesting, and so I'm glad you guys liked that. Thank you. Let's do this here. So, Amber's question is, hold on a second. Let me. So, like I always say, ask permission before you do the reading. In this case, Amber has said she's started off with the psychic part, so I don't need to ask permission. I recently met someone. I feel great potential, but we were supposed to meet tonight and didn't. Can you pick up on anything psychically? Let's see what I can get for you, Amber, okay? Hmm. Is this like, so Amber, the first thing I'm seeing, and please tell me if I'm right or I'm wrong. The first thing I'm seeing is a dragonfly, which to me represents masculine energy, someone who feels pretty sure of themselves, maybe a stronger build or maybe a stronger person, um, kind of like a masculine burly man, maybe. If not, I'm okay with that. But the dragonfly to me represents male kind of virility. It represents a healthy male person. So I'm curious if you can take that. The dragonfly to me is it's kind of like a butterfly, right? So I think there's a lot of similarities there. But dragonflies are, well, they're interesting. I'm gonna wait to see Amber's response here. That's a sense you've gotten so far. Okay. So the dragonfly they're interesting insects because a dragonfly kind of, I don't know if you guys have ever been hit in the head with a dragonfly. It kind of hurt. I mean, they're big. They are like the helicopter of bugs. If you guys are wondering what I'm talking about, look them up. Dragonflies get really big, um, kind of scary, really interesting, interesting. But they can be kind of these people that maybe they bulldoze a little bit, right? Yes, they are. They are beautiful. They're they're a little slow though, but yes, they are beautiful bugs. Absolutely. Um, so I get the sense of someone who could be maybe, because the dragonfly to me, like what Doc's saying, I do see it as more of a majestic creature, but I also see it as kind of a creature that can be like a little bulldozy. Maybe they're a little too. uh, yeah, dragonflies are, they're crazy. They're really cool. Um, so I feel like this person feels, honestly, compared to the other connections, I do feel there's some potential here. Um, give me a second. Let me see what else I can find out. So I get a spice coming in, and it's cinnamon. So there's a spiciness to this person. Maybe this person says what's on their mind. Do you feel like the person's passionate about things? Do you feel like the person has that kind of energy? Maybe Sagittarius or maybe fire sign energy. They truly do hurt. They got some strength to them. Yes, yes, they do. Dragonflies are. It's like being hit by a tiny car that flies. I mean, it may sound dramatic, but it's kind of true. Hey, buddy. Yeah. I hear you, bud. So does I'm getting something else here too. I'm just curious. Um, I love that. It feels like a moderate thud. I'm going to use that to describe just anything. A mild, moderate, or severe thud. But it does. It's enough. He took initiative for the planning. That's why you're surprised you didn't meet tonight. Hmm. Is he? So I'm learning my own psychic lexicon, my psychic language. So I saw a Porsche. So I'm gonna try and place this to where I can understand it. Does he have wealth or does he have money? Is that something that he kind of has? Because to me, a Porsche would be someone who has wealth. But I could look further into that if that's not correct and see what a Porsche could mean. Meow. Meow. You're on camera, buddy. Meow. 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 All right. He's tired of being on camera. He's a good boy. Meow. Okay, don't do that. Don't. I like my legs. Yeah. Wow. If not, if you don't know the answer to that, or if it's a personal thing, I understand. Um, can you do it? Oh, he did it. He did it. Ooh, that was a good chunky boy. It's both of us. We're both good chunky boys, if you guys are wondering. Alright. Oh, okay. He weighs as much as a bowling ball. I think it's mostly fur, but I think he would disagree. Okay, okay. Let's see what Amber said here. I'm assuming so because he lives in a wealthy city. I definitely don't have a Porsche though. I took my I took my cat McMuffin to the vet today for her first round of shots ever. She has been sleeping for 9 hours straight, only getting up to lay next to me. Cats are angels. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, Doc. I love cats. Yoshi here is about as emotionally attuned as a stink bug, but our other cat, Hazel, she's on the ball. And plus, Doc, the fact that your cat's name is McMuffin is adorable in a way that I can't express. That's awesome, man. Okay. Um, let me see what else we got here. I love you, buddy. I love you so much, but you gotta put down on the ground because I can't ride on you. Alright, come on. If you stay there and you lay down, I can do this. Okay. Sorry, guys, but we got a cat listening in to your questions. So that will happen sometimes. Um, is he a sporty person, Amber? For some reason, I'm seeing sunglasses. I'm seeing a sporty person. I feel like this person possibly has style, or they dress for success, kind of a thing. It feels like the person's pretty sure of themselves. Buddy. The reason they do this, he's pressing against my hand as I'm rubbing his cheek. His scent glands, like cats' scent glands, are in their cheeks, and so he's trying to put his scent on me. And that's why they lean in when you touch their face and you rub their face. That's why they like to do that, because they have scent there. And if you could see on the camera, his fur is gray, where his scent, or is like a brownish stained brown color, where his scent glands are. I don't know what you would call them. Scent sacs. His little scent sack is in his cheeks. Wow. Okay. You've never been into impressing people. I don't get that vibe with you, Amber. I don't get the vibe that you sparkle for other people. I feel like you would do it for yourself, and then other people get interested because you're expressing yourself. You're expressing your unique self. I would explain why she rubs her face over everything. Yeah, cats change too as time goes on. You know, they can be distant, then they can get closer. You're worried that you're not his type. Okay, well let's look at that. Hold on. I'm so sorry, my friend, but you gotta go on the ground because I can't write, and my legs are falling asleep. All right, buddy. Okay. I'm his emotional support human, so I'm there to help him with that. All right, buddy. We gotta get you down on the ground. Okay. There you go. We will cuddle later, I promise. We do it every night. Don't we, buddy? I'll say this: he meows all the time. Yoshi, he likes to meow a lot. Um, but then there was the time that we were asleep. Me and my girlfriend woke up. We're doing stuff around the house, and he didn't meow for a really long time. In fact, we hadn't seen him for like 14, 15 hours. Um, and I didn't make anything of it. But he was in another room by himself, no food, no water, no litter box. We closed the door on accident, and we didn't check on him for a long time. But he did not make a sound to let us know he was in there. And he hasn't just done that once, he has done it multiple times. And he will not make any sound to let you know that he's in there, that anything's going on. And he'll just sit there. And it's the weirdest thing. But he screams when I leave the room. But he won't when he's locked in a room for, 14 hours. Cats are funny and paradoxical. Anyway, you're worried you're not his type, Amber. So let's look at that here. I do get a sense that this person, I'm not getting a bad sense, but I am getting a sense that this person has that kind of persona of like, look at me, I'm the peacock kind of energy, which, like you said, can be interesting here. So let's look a little bit further. So now I'm wondering this, Amber. Does does his name start with a D, like Don or Douglas, or because I got a D name coming in, and I'm curious if maybe that's, yeah, he's a goofball. He's definitely a goofball. I'm wondering if the D name means anything. If it's like a last name, a first name, an initial for this person. I just really want to make sure we're connecting to the same person. Okay, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna draw some cards here, and then I'm gonna do those types of guys. Usually aren't my type. His name is RJ, but he reminds me of my ex David. Okay, so that could be where the D comes in. And David was the first. David was when you were um, living where your mom lives, right? Wasn't that the one you were talking about? You had a little reunion with your mom, and then she brought up David. Was that right? With what I'm feeling here, if I take everything and I combine it into a tarot card, right? If I take everything I saw psychically and I combine it into a tarot card, it would look like this. Sporty, a person dressed sporty with sunglasses in a Porsche, kind of a, I said spicy person. I don't know how I would represent that in a tarot card. He's made of allspice, I guess. And then a dragonfly. Right. Okay, I remember David. So you're starting to heal those wounds, Amber, and this person comes along and they did something out of nowhere, which is interesting. And he reminds you of your ex, David. He set a time and a date for you to go out, and then he didn't show up. That right there, has he called you? Has he called or messaged you either beforehand, after? Like, have you had any communication with him since he pulled a no show? He's texting you right now. Okay. Um, okay. I'm going to say this right now, Amber, without going too far into the psychic part. I feel like we kind of nailed the character here. If someone is willing to treat your time like it doesn't matter, then I'm hoping just me saying that should be a clue. He should have told you either beforehand or right at the time that he wasn't able to do it. And I'm sure it's going to be some excuse, but unless it is like the best excuse I've ever heard of, like a parent dying, or have really having an emergency and there's no phone, unless it's really something big, he showed you what he thinks of you right there. Even though he set up the date himself. It's kind of like he gave himself away. I feel like there could be a possibility of connection here, but it's also like, unless it's a good reason that he couldn't meet you, I don't think that's right. And especially where he didn't talk to you until now. I think you're in LA, right? So it's been several hours. So I can, yeah. We want to date, or we want to be with people that kind of have our a similar moral code. For instance, Amber, I feel like if someone set up a date with you and you decided the time and the place, I feel like you'd be there 20 minutes early. I feel like you're that kind of person that would make sure you were there early just in case, because you're that way. When someone disrespects you or your time, that's showing how they would be in a relationship. You haven't even gone out on a first date with this person, and already he's showing you signs. So I'm waiting to hear what you have to say back. But right, and you wouldn't do that to somebody if you couldn't make it. If you couldn't make it, you would message that person, and you'd probably do it 2 or 3 hours ahead of time, or a day early, or a week early, depending. I feel like you wouldn't do that to people. So if someone does that to you, they're showing you what's going on. And for him to plan the date, get everything going, and then to be a no-show, that's not good. I don't get any good vibes with that. It feels like, and like I said, Amber, unless the excuse, like, still be friendly or whatever, if that's what you want to do. Don't feel like you have to be friendly or passive in this situation. If you're upset, be upset. But um, if someone's going to waste your time right now, just imagine a month or 3 months or 4 months from now when you're trying to get this guy to commit, or when you're trying to get this guy to say, it's one of those things. There's no consideration. That's what I feel. That's where I'm coming from. So what do you think, Amber? I want. Okay. I'm upset. I just don't want to feel like I'm overreacting. He just asked me how my night's going so far. So can I ask you, Amber? Did he mention why he was a no show? You don't have to tell me the reason why, but I'm just curious. Did he mention that he was sorry and what's going on, or was there an apology? Was there anything like that? And he's asking how your night's going now, but he did pull a no show, and was you don't have to tell me the reason, but did he have a reason for being late? That's the important part. That's the part I'm trying to get at, is what's the reason? Did he choose work over you when he set a date? Did he choose another situation over you? Like, and sometimes we don't get a reason with. with this, but I don't feel like you're overreacting to be upset over someone standing you up, Amber. Um, I know we probably don't want to feel hurt or angry. I know that's not a fun feeling. No apology or explanation at all. Okay, so that right there, that should be the sign, right? That should be a sign that this isn't going to be going anywhere, in my opinion, right? You can do whatever it is you want to do, Amber, but to me, this person they're disrespecting you, they're disrespecting your time, and I feel like, Amber, I feel like you're a pretty busy person, and for someone to just disrespect you like that, not a fan. He took initiative, he did something like that, but then he didn't follow through, so to me, he didn't do anything. Because I could say all the time, I'm going to do something and then just not do it. Actions speak so much louder than words. And when we're looking at people that we want to associate ourselves with, look at the actions of the person. Look at how they act. The words can be as beautiful as all hell, but look at the way their intentions are. Look at the actions. Because that speaks volumes louder than words. And you're okay to be upset, Amber. Let yourself be upset. That sucks. I mean, and we don't have to. When I say finding someone who's on our own moral code, that's what I mean. Is finding someone who is, like I said, Amber. I don't feel like you would ever stand up anybody, or if you did, you'd have a good reason for it. And if it even happened, I feel like you'd feel really guilty about it. You'd be upset with yourself that you missed an appointment or an opportunity. I feel bad. I really thought he had more potential. He's asking to meet now. Um, So we have a couple things we can do here, Amber. In my personal opinion, okay, you can do whatever it is you want to do. I'm going to say this: if you meet him now when he already set up a time before, you're making it so that it seems like he's your only priority, and he's going to see that. And I feel like it's kind of like manipulating the situation. He set a time for you guys to meet, and then he didn't follow through with that. But he was the one that set that time. And now he's saying, well, if you're not doing anything now, let's hang out. But you already had time set aside for the hangout in the first place. So if you, in my opinion, if you go and visit him now, you're you're showing yourself as being kind of at his beck and call. And he didn't even offer an apology. There was nothing like that. I personally don't get a good feeling with that. I I just but again, that's me. If that's something you want to do, go ahead and do it. But how I feel about it is the intention, in my opinion. I'll look at the cards. I'll do that, and then we'll see. So give me 1 second. What are RJ's intentions with Amber? What are RJ's intentions with Amber? Other than the wanting to impress people, coming across as rich, kind of being that peacock, having that strut kind of thing. I didn't sense anything else. The dragonfly thing, though, would make me feel like this person's going to bulldoze. Um, and I feel like this person views themselves as more of like a manly man, like I said before. But I get a sense of someone who would be stuck in a later age or in an earlier age. Dragonflies used to be really big back in the prehistoric ages, and so I feel like what I was seeing was something that was more a less evolved creature. But let's look here and see, because what are RJ's true intentions with Amber? RJ's true intentions with Amber. Okay, so I've got these cards right here. We have appreciation in reverse. Then we have third chakra, Archangel Shamuel, which is about willpower. And then we have the thinking man in reverse. So the appreciation in reverse is, I mean, that's not good. No one wants to not be appreciated. But when he discarded your time, he discarded you, right? He literally said, she has nothing else better going on. So I'll just say, hey, do you want to hang out now? It was convenient for me to not show up to the date and not explain myself. But now, now I'm ready for the date, things are. So that to me is saying, and then the thinking man in reverse is showing that this person isn't a thinking man, right? He just kind of flies by the seat of his pants, so to speak. And then third chakra, Archangel Shamuel here is someone I feel like who's trying to manipulate the willpower part of this. So someone who's trying to dominate or trying to have control over. That's how I would read this, because the only card upright is this card, and I feel like the way he feels is that he wants to be in charge. And that fire energy that you're talking about, that initiative energy, it's great until they take it too far, because the solar plexus chakra is, when it's out of control or when it's imbalanced, the solar plexus seeks to control other people and kind of dominate them in some form, shape, or fashion. When it's in a positive state, it seeks to control for the betterment of the self, not seeking to control people's opinions or actions, but seeking to just have an understanding and control of the situation without overriding anyone else's opinions or beliefs. Like, sort of like, you believe what you believe in, I believe what I believe in, let's leave it at that kind of energy. So that's what I'm seeing here, Amber. It just, you got to explain yourself. In my opinion, you wouldn't do that to somebody. I wouldn't do that to somebody and just be like, yeah, I'm not showing up. And then later be like, yeah, do you want to meet up? What the hell? No. And plus it's late. It's like, well, it's 12:30 here. It sounds to me like a booty call, if anything. I don't know. It just, to me, the whole thing feels wrong. So I'm just going to say it that way. I'm sorry. I wish I wasn't. Sometimes I feel like all I do is give bad news. But that's part of doing this work. But does that help you, Amber? You're welcome, Amber. You're welcome, and thank you for appreciating the message, for not shooting the messenger, right? I want you to be happy. I want you to find your happiness. I appreciate the fact that you understand that I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to try and sugarcoat it and be like, I want you guys to feel safe. I want you guys to feel like this is a place where you can get helpful and hopeful advice. So keep doing you, Amber. Keep doing you, and you're seeing more and more the things you don't want. Use that. When you feel disrespected, realize that that's okay to be upset, and you're not overreacting. Someone in your life must have said, you were reacting in the correct way in the situation. They said you were overreacting to try and control you. I have a feeling no. I have a feeling you have a reason for why you do what you do. I don't feel like you overreact. I feel like you react, and people can't take it. And that's the end of that one right there, is that other people can't take it. Not that you should stifle yourself. If other people can't be there, they need to go. You don't need to shut up. You need to keep doing you, you know? Okay, so Crown B, thank you so much for waiting. Are you still there, my friend? I know that was a bit of a wait, and I really appreciate you waiting. I tend to take my time when I'm doing questions, so... So, Crown B, if you're not there, what I'll do is I'll just refund you your money back, okay? If you're not there, I'll give you a second longer to respond, but I am looking for Crown B, so I'll type this here. Okay, perfect. Okay, what is your question? What is your question, Crown B? And again, thank you for being patient and for waiting patiently. I appreciate that very much. Yours will be the last question of the night. So just type your question when you're ready. If you're working on it now, keep working on it. I can be patient here. But when you're ready, type your question, send it, and then we'll go from there. Okay, my friend? Your next career calling. Okay, so let's do this, Crown B. Could I connect with you psychically? If I'm not able to get anything psychically, then we can look into, I can use some cards. But would you be okay if I connected with you psychically? This way. Okay, thank you very much, Crown B. I appreciate that, my friend. Okay, so let's move these over here. Still learning as a psychic, so please let me know if I'm getting things right or if I'm getting things wrong. But let's see what we can do here. Okay, so do you do anything, Crown B, do you like animals, or would you want to do anything with animals, anything to do with, I don't know about like being a vet or anything like that, but maybe helping animals, doing something with animals? That's the first thing that's kind of coming up, but again, hmm. Or maybe something with fashion? I'm not sure. Hmm. I was seeing socks, and so maybe there's something with footwear, there's something with developing something along those lines. But I'm going to keep looking here. And then I don't know if there's anything to do with possibly bartending or doing something like mixing drinks or doing something like that with alcohol or with doing something. It feels like there's a few options here. Most of them feel like they're more creative options. Okay, so animals make sense on that one. The other part, okay, then help me out here for a minute, my friend. I'm still building up my psychic dictionary. So, um, I saw socks and then I saw alcohol, which in itself sounds like I'm setting up a really obscure joke. I promise I'm not, though. Um, so the socks to me represented fashion, though that could be something else. Uh, the alcohol, though, the only thing I could think of for a career with that would be like bartending. But that might not resonate with you. I'm not sure. So we'll go with the first one we had, which was the animals. Um, the ranch hand might not be. Hmm. Are you passionate about that though, Crown B? What when you think about, you said ranch hand or farmer you've thought about. So can you go into that? Is that something you'd be passionate about? When you think about it, does it make you feel happy? Um, maybe. You're being very nice, Crown B. Thank you for trying to make the alcohol thing fit somewhere. So the socks, selling T-shirts, selling clothes, the fashion part, sort of. Again, I'm still learning. The alcohol part, though, we probably all need to cut down on beers. You know, thank you for trying to make that fit, but maybe that'll make sense later. I'm not. I'm not really sure. Do you have a head for like inventory? Are you someone who's good with like inventory? Maybe you're good with numbers. Something's coming in kind of like that. Like I'm categorizing stuff or I'm organizing stuff. Do you like to organize things? Is that something that you like to do? I feel like we're hi, Gita. So I'm doing my last reading for the night right now, my friend. I do appreciate you coming on here and thank you for introducing yourself. My name's Chance. This is Angeles Chiron Tarot. I do appreciate you coming on here. This is just my last reading for now, so I'm sorry about that. I'm mainly looking toward the property management and landscaping, but want to have a farm, maybe lists of properties needing to be attended to. Okay, so what I all right, so it's safe to say that the kind of work you want to do, you sort of want to be kind of out doing your own thing. You want to manage yourself. You would probably, if you had a boss to answer to, you would want to have something that's kind of loose that way. So you kind of want to work for yourself, not necessarily have anyone right over you or over your shoulder all the time looking at what you're doing. I feel like you want to more branch out, um, or ranch out, as the case may be. But like you're wanting to try something in a way that's you going out and you trying to do something. Am I correct in saying that? You're welcome, Gita. Hold on 1 second, you guys. Give me 1 second here. Um, I'm coming right back, okay? Crown B. Okay, so I feel like you have a head for this kind of stuff. Um, that could be a beer joke if you want to think of it like that. But I feel like you're someone that has the right idea, the right intentions, and the right kind of way to manage themselves. Um, so something that you're doing that's more more isolated, more the property managing. I've actually heard that's a pretty sweet gig. Knew a lady up in. I met her in a casino. She was playing at the tables. She was a property manager. She was making $20,000 a month, and she managed like 15 properties. I mean, that's a lot to deal with, but that's some good money. So property managing can actually be a pretty good gig, especially now because I do think Crown B we are actually moving more towards a gig-based economy, where people are going to be looking for having a hard time here. Think about how the hotel industry has changed. When Airbnb came around, it became more of a gig economy. People are now wanting to pay other people for services versus big giant corporations. So you getting in on something now and self-managing, promoting your own kind of business would actually be um, a really good thing. But that's what I'm feeling here, and um, maybe we look at something where we can handle stress and we can handle kind of anxiety a little bit too. But I do feel right here that where you're going is good. Um, Property managing, though, if you're looking for money, starting a business, doing something like that would be a good way to go. Because right now, I feel like that's the start. Um, Hopefully, you understand what I mean by a gig-based economy, where we go from person to person. We pay people, kind of like how a lot of us that are younger, right? We receive the news not from the TV and a news station. We watch YouTube or we watch other sources to get our information from more trustworthy sources instead of these big nameless corporations. So that's what I mean when I'm talking about a gig-based economy. It's just people-to-people transactions for services and favors and stuff like that. Does that make sense? There you go. There, yeah. You get it. You understand what I'm trying to say. Support local, not corporations. I think that's a big reason why, and I could be wrong in this. New York City doesn't have a Walmart because they want to support smaller businesses like mom and pop shops, your local shops, so that there can be an economy on that. Because New York is like that place. I could be wrong with that, but I heard that somewhere, and to me it made sense. But um, I get a sense of right now in your life, are you working on trying to relax more, yet still trying to be active out in the market? Like you're looking for stuff, but I'm seeing someone playing golf. I'm seeing someone sort of trying to learn to relax, trying to learn to be present with themselves a little bit more. And maybe that's another reason why you want to take these jobs is so you can think about things and so you can understand kind of where your place is at in the world. I feel like you want to be a thinker and not necessarily be interrupted while you're thinking or while you're doing what it is you want to do. Would that sound correct to you? There's my brush. I have a little brush I use to clean off my laptop here. When you have cats, fuzz is inevitable. Right, new husband and dad focus more on life than work. Trying to enjoy what I do for a living while not taking much away from that. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so that part I get. That part I can completely understand. Self-employment is going to be where you're going to thrive. Primarily because it's this time in your life, but also because there's been a longing to do something to break out of the monotony and to do something that both engages us yet lets us do our own thing at the same time too. So that's going to be a huge thing for you. Any kind of self-employment, because I do feel like you're someone who has a kind of like a creative organizational mind. In a way, I feel like you would be really good at doing something with, well, the property managing was one thing, but just doing something, being the head of something. I get this feeling of you're no longer wanting to work for somebody, you're wanting to have people work for you. And I feel like you would know how to start a company, or you would know what to kind of do in that sense. Um, but any kind of freelance work is going to give you that sense of accomplishment, but it's like establishing yourself in the space. And there's kind of a lot that goes into it, but it really depends on what you're thinking of doing and how you're thinking of marketing yourself primarily. Because when we do freelance work, until our name gets known, we're pushing out everything ourselves. Whereas if we're working for someone else, but they're not necessarily right over us all the time, that could be a good place to transition into doing more kind of freelance work that I'm talking about. Like you eventually having your own business and being able to decide everything that you want to do there. Um, the ranch hand, though, seems like a good first step. I don't feel like you're going to stay in that position for very long because I feel like as time goes on, you're going to keep changing and evolving and wanting to try new things. Don't touch that. No, that doesn't. No. My cat was messing with the blinds, um, but he has got me paranoid. But that's what I'm seeing here is that it's just sort of working on that kind of thing. What would be the so I feel like I'm getting a B name coming in, Bert or Burton or some B name. I know when you sent me the money, there's a B name there, but I'm wondering what if there's another B name that we're talking about here, like Bert, or Bart, or Barton, um, something here. I feel like a B name is significant, and it's not yours. Come on, Josh. Come on. I know you just want attention. Right, you lead into a little bit. Perfect, perfect. And it's gonna be busy. It's gonna be busy kind of work. It is gonna be busy, but you get to kind of decide how things go. You get to sort of be in that space. And there's a lot that goes into it, but there's also a lot of freedom in the way you can express different parts of it. Um, but the Airbnb side is huge right now, and then you can do other websites too, and then use a managing tool to make it so you don't book two things at the same time. Um, but there's more than just that. You can do Airbnb. You can rent out parts of your property or parts of your properties that aren't Airbnb, but like someone can park a trailer there, and you'll make a couple $100s a month, or you'll make like $100 a month. And all they do is they park a trailer somewhere. You could run an RV park. There's no overhead in that. Starting it up would be a little bit, but there's not a lot of overhead in these things. You could open up storage units. If you open up storage units, there's no overhead there. You literally just make metal shipping containers, place them down, people store their stuff there, and then they pay a monthly fee. As we are trying for one. Okay. Trying for a bit. Okay, that makes sense. It could lead more towards the Bailey side, just because I feel like you're being very generous. You're being very, very sweet with how the information is connecting up to possibly being baby or possibly being that, and I appreciate that. Um, I feel like spending time with the family. I think that's why I had the B name come up. Spending time with the family, possibly trying to have a baby. That's a good one too. But working through that, I think this would be a good place for you to start. I honestly don't think you're going to stay in whatever you decide to start. I don't feel like you're going to stay in it. I feel like it's going to evolve, but I feel like you want that. You want a sense of change and movement, yet you want things to stay the same. You want a sense of calm and peace. You basically want to just feel like at the end of the day, things are taken care of. You have family, you have what you need, and then you can focus on the more important things, which is not a 9 to 5 job. As much as the government wants you to think that that's the most important thing, it is not. Family, love, experiences, those are the most important things. Primarily the love, though. So that's what I'm thinking for you when we're talking about a possible career option. Does that help you, Crown B? Does that make sense? That's what I'm feeling. Honestly, you're. I feel like you're done with that. I feel like you're done with that part. Um, Maybe you've even said to yourself, "I could do this better if I did something myself," or I could do. I feel like there's a lot of uncertainty with this kind of attitude, but a part of you is kind of excited by the fact that there is uncertainty because if we've worked at a job before where it was the same damn thing every day over and over again, it's kind of nice to be uncertain, yet I feel like there is security in uncertainty depending on how we approach that, right? We can use uncertainty to reinvent ourselves, to reinvent what it is we want to do because we're trying new things, and that to me is awesome. That's human evolution, that's growth, that's experience. So hopefully this kind of helped with your situation, and thank you so much. And if you're not subscribed already, if you would want to leave a little subby for me, I would appreciate that. If you're not comfortable with that though, that's fine. Um, but yeah, welcome to the channel. And again, your patience was amazing. I know I take a long time, but I try and give each person. My prices may seem expensive. I try to give each person as much time as I can, usually 20 minutes. It seems like is the going for $10, which, you know, I'm on here for 5 hours, so it's not too bad. But yeah, I do appreciate you being patient, and I've even had people fall asleep because they've been waiting so long for their turn, and then I just refund their money. But I've had that happen a couple times. People just drift off. But thank you, Crown, for coming on. And yeah, I think I'm going to call it good for the night and just say goodnight to everybody. And I appreciate everyone so much for helping to continue to support the channel, including you, Crown B. And awesome, perfect, perfect. Have a good night, everybody, especially you, Crown B. Keep on keeping on, and I will talk to you guys not next Monday, but the Monday after next. So I will see you guys in about a week. It's like 10 days, but I'll see you guys then. So everyone take care, be safe, and